David Szymanski with U.S. Mortgages, and we have a program that guarantees we can save you money and get your loan approved, or you don't pay. It's that simple.
Wait, what, Dave? You can guarantee savings and approval, or I don't pay anything?
Yes, and all we need from you is 5 to 10 minutes. We will customize a savings plan for you in writing, and then you decide if it's right for you. You don't need perfect credit either, as we can help down to a 580 score, even lower, case by case. And if you act now, you could get up to a 90-day break from payments, too.
Dave, that's amazing.
Call 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
Looking to get help with your ED? HIMS has just a minty thing. Hard mints. That's right, hard mints. Go to hims.com/mints, and you can access a mint-flavored, on-the-go, convenient ED treatment, so you're ready whenever the mood strikes. Plus, you can subscribe and save up to 25% if prescribed. Hims Hard Mints contain the same ingredients as the brand names like Cialis, and you can get them through a 100% online process with no copay, no time-consuming appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Just go to hims.com/mints to get connected with a licensed medical provider who can determine if hard mints are right for you. If prescribed, they ship right to your door for free. Get started with a free 100% online consultation today at hims.com/mints. That's hims.com/mints for your free online visit.
Hard Mints is a chewable compounded product which are not approved by or verified for safety or effectiveness by the FDA. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi folks, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Home Improvements. My wife Susan and I started Done Right in our garage in 1985, doing a little of everything. We've grown to be one of the largest companies of our kind in Colorado, specializing in kitchens, baths, counters, floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Serving Colorado for nearly 40 years. And what an adventure it's been. We've learned that the fundamentals of a successful business never change. That is, treat people like you want to be treated, do good work, price fairly, and back up what you say. That's our success formula. Here's our son Todd.
That's right, Dad. Been hearing that my whole life from you and Mom. Folks, whether it's a first-class kitchen renovation, an awesome turnkey bathroom remodel, a full-service basement finish for some extra space, or replacement windows and doors that will wow you, give us a call. With an 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about, now couldn't be a better time.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows, and doors. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. Call us to reserve your spot in our schedule. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
It's our warmest day of the work week. Temperatures today in the upper 70s with plenty of sunshine, a little bit of a breeze, overnight low 40s, and down to the low 70s for Friday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. Copyright 2024.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Atlantic hurricane season officially begins June 1st, and ABC's Jim Ryan says this one could be a real doozy.
Factoring in historically warm water in the Atlantic and a La Nina weather pattern to the west.
NOAA is predicting an above-average hurricane season.
Rick Spinrad heads the Federal Weather Team and expects to see as many as 25 named storms between now and November 30th.
And 4 to 7 are forecast to become major hurricanes with maximum sustained winds of at least 111 miles per hour.
He's urging coastal property owners to prepare now for a historically active hurricane season. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Number of Americans filing for unemployment benefits dropped last week. Layoffs still at historically low levels. Holiday travel at historically high levels. 44 million Americans are expected to travel by car or airplane at least 50 miles from home this Memorial Day weekend. The Justice Department alleging a concert ticket monopoly, filing a lawsuit today against Live Nation and Ticketmaster. This is ABC News. The White House today urging tech companies to voluntarily do more to crack down on deepfakes created by new AI tools. Right now, the victims have little recourse to stop them. Lots of questions around bird flu now that a second case in a human has been confirmed after the disease jumped first from birds to cows.
Authorities say a Michigan farm worker has recovered from mild symptoms. Back in March, a farm worker in Texas was diagnosed with the first human case of bird flu tied to dairy cows. Both the Texas and Michigan patients who worked with cows both reported eye infections. The CDC says it's tested only 40 people since March. The Michigan farm worker was one of those tested.
ABC's Andrew Dimber. Doctors still researching how bird flu spreads. And renovations on an Austrian wine cellar have uncovered 30,000-year-old vintage, not wine, bones belonging to several different mammoths. It appears ancient humans hunting them may have used the area west of Vienna as a trap. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
The Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council present the story of Tom and Levi.
Tom is the smartest man I know. He's been a professor at 2 major universities, been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, he told me that he was having problems in his classes. I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. And he was telling them that he was doing it as a favor to them, but I think in reality he just wanted to get out of there. I was really starting to worry because I saw something was wrong.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me, and my love for him was just immense.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A fight is brewing over water rights. The city of Aurora just bought more water from the Arkansas River Basin, which is already in short supply. The Colorado Springs Utilities Board condemning that decision, claiming it may violate a 2003 agreement. Their fear is water could permanently be removed from the basin. Aurora Water vows that won't happen, saying they can only take some if reservoirs are low. It will be a nice day today along the Front Range.
Lots of sunshine and temperatures in the upper 70s for your Thursday. It is going to be a little bit breezy, so keep an eye out for that. Otherwise, mostly sunny skies. Temperatures overnight going down into the low 40s, and then a slight cool down for Friday in the low 70s. Small chance for a storm Friday afternoon, Saturday afternoon, and Sunday. Memorial Day is looking dry.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. Part of Rocky Mountain National Park's Trail Ridge Road will remain closed over Memorial Day weekend. Park officials say storms this month have hampered snow plowing efforts, preventing a full opening of the road. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Some delays up on the far northwest end through Broomfield. Highway 36 westbound after Flatiron Circle. A crash off on the right shoulder has stop and go. Back from Midway Boulevard, we're seeing some 5 minutes of delays. I-25 north and southbound returning to highway speeds after a busy morning through downtown. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA. South of DIA, 225 southbound, we are seeing some congestion past the off-ramp from I-70 eastbound to about Colfax. About a 5-minute delay there as well. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies. Warmer than yesterday, high 79, overnight low of 40. Cloudy tomorrow as well with a high of 70. The current temperature is 70 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, and I've seen the wrong way to sell precious metals. Tangled necklaces, mismatched earrings, broken watches, coins. The wrong way is not knowing who you can trust. That's why I recommend David Ellis Jewelry on 3rd and Clayton. He'll weigh it and pay it. He'll even buy your fine jewelry and diamonds. I've known him 40 years. It's time you get to know him. 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Clayton. 303-322-8779. 322-8779.
You don't pay a cent until you're content. It's Henry with XL Roofing. My dad, Jay, founded XL Roofing 31 years ago, and I'm dedicated to carry on our business far into the future. Roofing, solar, gutters. 303-761-6400. Go to xlroofing.com for an instant online quote. That's xlroofing.com.
We're on top of it. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
because everything is still expensive.
You got that right.
You need inflation salvation.
Save me with some cash.
Weekdays 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. Listen for your chance to win $1,000 on Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW. Sponsored by Maverick.
When you pay with Maverick's Nitro card, you always save 10 cents or more on fuel every gallon, every day. And you could save a whole lot more thanks to Nitro Best Price. Pick up a Nitro card and upgrade your Adventure Club account today. Maverick. Adventure's first stop.
Denver's Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, people. I'm here to help you solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints, and make your life just a little easier. That's what I do each and every day. And my number is 303-713-TALK when I'm in the studio. And when I'm not in the studio, well, meaning 24/7, you can call 303-MARTINO. You can also call when we're in the studio. So that number works all the time, 303-627-8466. That's 303-MARTINO. And really, if you call that number, you leave a message, we'll get back to you, like we did with Milton, I assume. And anyone else who has a problem, the secret with problems is not letting them fester, because that is where they get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And we want to solve problems. We really do. And then in a little while, I'm going to introduce my guest, because it's one of my favorite when it comes to the real truth behind solar. And also, I'd like to talk to you about something else that a little problem I had. I'm just going to get right to it. It's a little personal tragedy. Bing is down, and my AI is down. I did not know how much I depended on Copilot. Yep, I have the smart app on my phone. I have it on my computer. I got so used to just picking it up, hitting the button and saying, blah, 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 and then it comes back with an answer. Getting into Google and typing into the search engine and all that, that's old school, man. I just love AI for a certain reason. I don't like AI if you don't ask it about anything at all that has to do with social or philosophy or religion, anything. Don't even ask it, okay? But if you need to ask it stuff, black and white stuff, or facts and science and figures, and I happen to be doing a lot of stuff in my other life with finances and securities, and I ask it all kinds of questions. And it's just remarkable, people. I swear to you, it is remarkable. It is, in fact, this technology, here's what, it's called the large language model. And by the way, I have my own theory on that. I think there are outer space aliens that came here to Earth to do this. I don't think anybody programmed it. I think it's weird. But anyway, here's the deal, seriously. AI, this large language model, recognizes phrases, words, and the way you put it. It gets to know you, and then it goes out and finds the information and almost instantly puts it into an answer and chats back to you. It can also do other things. So here's what I say. Why ever, like when I get in my car, I thought it was amazing. I remember when I got this car and I showed Mark. I said, hey, Mark, I can talk to my car. And so, you give your car a name. That's the wake word. And so we gave it a name. And so you say, hey, car, whatever the name is. And it comes alive. And you say, set frequency to 92.2. Okay, boom. Or you can say, turn the heat on or turn the air on. That's fine, but it doesn't do a large language model. You have to give it commands it knows. But I see incorporated now in everything will be large language models. And here's how I see it. And you know what's going to happen. You're in your kitchen. You give your oven a name, oven. Oven, set temp, 375. Or better yet, oven, I want to broil steaks to medium rare. I mean, whatever, and they're 2 pounds. Or I want to, or dishwasher, set yourself to come on 8 o'clock tonight. It's just amazing what this can do. Anyway, and I know a lot of people don't care. They don't give a rip about technology. I happen to be one of these guys that it just freaks me out. And I think of all these applications. But why would you ever, in a million years, ever, you remember the old joke about setting your VCR? Well, you would set it to record stuff, but think about this. There's not one thing we have in our home that would not be able to take the large language model. Now, for all you old farts, like me or older, who think, I don't want that stuff, it's actually easier because that kind of thing makes life easier. You don't have to type anything. You don't have to remember commands. You don't have to get into a menu. My God, have you ever seen menus nowadays on new stuff? You know, there's different levels of menus. You go here and then there and then here and then there. So that's what I see coming. I really do. In the very, very, very near future. The idea of having to go into a menu and set stuff is ridiculous. It's the same with temperatures in your home. You know, thermostat, 72 degrees. Boom. Anyway, let me go to the phones. Milton, what's going on with you, Milton? What's happening?
Tom, I bought a brand new motorhome in February.
Wow, Milton, what kind? I think motorhomes are fantastic, but sometimes people have problems. Where did you buy it and what kind?
Okay, my wife and I were looking for a particular model. We wanted a Jayco Red Hawk.
Uh-huh.
And I looked on the internet for one. The 23s that were still on the lot were about $20,000 cheaper than a 24, and it's basically the same unit.
Where'd you buy it?
So I bought it from a dealer in Texarkana, Greg R. Marine and RV, who's a Jayco dealer. I called them up, and they were asking $99 something, and basically I told them what I was looking for, and there's like 8 or 10 of them for sale on RV Trader, all of them brand new, all the same price. And I told them, I was up front with them, I said, listen, I'm going to buy it from the most reputable dealer who is more convenient for me to get to and gives me the best deal. I said, so basically, what's your best deal? And the guy says, well, what can you afford? So I said, okay, $90,000, figuring that he's going to come back at me, 95 or 96, something like that. But anyway, make a long story short, he said, I'll call you back in a few minutes.
Yeah, but tell me what you paid for it. Let's get to the problem so I can help you.
Okay, $90,000. I was surprised that he jumped at it that quick. So anyway, I made arrangements to pick it up, and then that got pushed back about a week because he said the power converter wasn't working properly, and they want to make sure everything is good.
This is the over-the-cab giant van, right?
Yes, it's a Class C.
Yeah.
And it's on a Conelon 450 chassis.
Yeah, they're pretty nice. How many, is it like 28, 26 feet?
26.
Yeah, okay, so what's going on?
Okay, so they told me you had to get the power converter and wait a week. And so anyway, arranged to pick it up on the 19th, I think it was. And when I get there, they said they still had problems with the power converter. So they didn't get it fixed that day. So I had no place to go because I'd already checked out of the hotel. And so they were nice enough to allow me to stay in the RV. They had it plugged in overnight, so I was good.
Yeah.
The next day, the guys under there working on it, trying to figure out why this brand new power converter is still not working. And I hear them drilling holes in the frame.
Well, tell me this. Why did you go through with the sale?
Well, I went through with the sale because they got everything working. He told me, hey, it was just a defective ground. I took care of it. Everything's good now, and everything was working. And I was anxious to get back home.
So what's the problem now?
Well, I found out why he had to put a new ground wire on it, because the original ground wire had rusted off. And when I got it home...
Why was it rusting? Was it in water?
I don't think it was in water. I checked with Jayco. They delivered this in December.
So where are we going with it, bro? What's going on?
Okay, well, I sent you a report. It shows all the things that are rusted underneath there.
Well, how did it get rusted under a brand new motorhome? How did that happen?
I can only assume that it ran through mad chloride and salt on the winter roads, and then it sat on his lot with that stuff never being washed off.
How many miles on it? And come on, that frame should be a little resistant to weather, for God's sakes. It's a motorhome. But I want to ask this, okay? And this is important. Didn't you check this out before you bought it?
Well, I didn't crawl underneath it. I mean, I've owned probably, 8 motorhomes in my life, and I've never seen one this rusted.
Okay.
And
No, that's fair. It was brand new. I get what you're saying. Yeah. I get what you're... Anyway, let me ask you something. This was back in February. You took delivery after that. You have had it now. What do you want done now?
From the time that I got home and I saw how bad this thing was, I called him up. I said, listen, this thing is, it's terrible. I can't rely on it because I was born and raised in New Orleans. Everything rusted.
No, I get it. So why did you keep it?
I kept it because I can't get any cooperation from the dealer. I told him I'd either replace this unit or give him my money back, and he said you can't do that.
Have you put any miles on it?
I have not. Just the mileage from...
Right.
Texas.
Do you have financing on this?
No.
Listen, I would be so pissed off too, but God, it's just like, I would feel it is a bit of a breach of contract. You bought something brand new and it was, but how bad, are we exaggerating with this rust problem? In other words, what would it cost to sandblast it and undercoat it?
Well, I haven't got an estimate on
because really, Milton, if it wasn't flood damaged, it really is not a disclosure issue. They didn't have to tell you anything because they probably didn't realize it. And what I want to know is this: is it unusual, or can it just be fixed?
Tom, rust, when it gets into the wiring and stuff.
Well, you said it's underneath from driving through. That doesn't get up inside wiring. I mean, how much wiring, for goodness sakes, is underneath below the frame?
Well, Tom, they already had to change the connections on the ground wire.
Yeah, but the ground wire's different. That's different. That's to the frame. How many other, what other systems are exposed to rust under there?
Okay, the power unit for the leveling jacks is totally rusted and corroded. It's still working, but it's totally rusted and corroded. The little motor for that drives the step in and out is rusted and corroded.
Listen, Milton, I will tell you this. If it was purchased as a new RV, I don't think I would have crawled under it either. I think it is, but it's not a disclosure issue because I think it would be really difficult to say they knew about it and should have told you. But I do believe.
Rusty ground.
What's that?
I said they did know about it. They fixed the rusty ground.
I said it's not a disclosure issue because even if they knew there was a rusty ground, that doesn't lead to okay, now we see more rust. We better tell them. They don't have to listen. Do you want real weapons or not? Because if you want to go after that, you're going to lose. If you want something you can fight them with, it's a simple breach of contract. It was not as represented. I mean, it's that simple, okay? And even if then it doesn't get into they didn't know or they did know. You simply bought something that was misrepresented. However, here's the problem. If we can't talk reason into these jerks, you're going to have to sue them. That's why I'm asking you. And I know I'd feel the same way. You just bought a brand new RV, and the last thing you want to do is have to have somebody go up there and sandblast it and undercoat it, and then you wonder how many things got exposed. But you won't know until you truly get someone to look at it.
Okay.
I mean, listen, Milton, you have to have some realistic assessment of damages. Okay? Are you exaggerating or are you not? If you take this to example, okay. Have you had it up on a lift, Milton?
It's got leveling. Tom, I hired a technician from Transwest RV to come and do a report.
Good.
I sent you a copy of that report.
Did the guy, I didn't have a chance to read it, did this guy say that it's extensive rust?
Okay, this is the statement that he put on this report.
Did you send that to me? I have it. Hold on. No, I know. No, I don't have it. Hold on. Kachina, did you send me this? I don't see it here.
I did. All right, let me resend.
Okay, I mean, I see the one for line 4, it says, but I don't see this one at all. And I look at them all.
Okay, it was
I just resent
it on the email.
No, I know. She's sending it to me right now. Hold on, I'm going to take a break. Okay. Hold on, I'll come back to you, man. I know why you're pissed. I'd be pissed too, but here's what we have to weigh. How much is it going to cost to fix? Is it worth a lawsuit? Can we talk some sense into them? Let's get a handle on damages. That's the important thing. Water Pros will get you the best water at the kitchen sink. $1,400 fully installed, triple filter, reverse osmosis. My guest will attest it makes the best coffee in the world, but it's the best drinking water you can have. 303-862-5554.
No one does kitchen countertops like this. Prices on the phone, wholesale on all natural stone, tear out and haul away, free. And the bathroom is free with your kitchen. With the Art of Granite, you can have beautiful new countertops in just 2 weeks. So give this direct stone importer a call. Get your price. 303-386-5919. Wholesale prices, granite, quartz, or any stone. 303-386-5919 or theartofgranite.com.
You know, financial planning is more than just one thing. It's a comprehensive plan, but in that plan, there needs to be some safety and security that allows for income, or it's incomplete. So let's talk to Joe Ciano, that I've known for 30 years, and let's talk about how he builds wealth or how he helps people get a secure part.
Jordan.
Oh, it's Jordan today. Okay. Well.
No, hey, either one. Hey, Jordan.
No, I got the A team. No, I'm just kidding. Don't tell your dad I said that. So, yeah, I won't. Jordan, you're let's talk about it.
We need plans that are not only going to be certain and be there, but they have to be simple in the sense that people are so confused these days with financial planning. So we've been in the business for 50 years, and our whole belief is 2 plans. You know them, Tom, and one of them is the guaranteed pension account, which is what you were hitting on. That is the plan for any 401ks, IRAs. Grow it, convert it into a pension, and get an income for the rest of your life. And the second one is the Become the Banker Life account. That is the best bread and butter of building money away from the banks, tax-free. And you know this one. It's my favorite, but just having access to your money today.
Right. And here's the important thing, Jordan. You guys have been around a long time. Your dad's been around a long time. All kidding aside, I've never, ever known him to ever do anything that wasn't in the absolute best interest of his clients, and he has made a lot of people happy through the proper planning and the proper products and, guarantees. He doesn't believe in anything that's not guaranteed, and that's what's important. Guarantees in writing for most everything they do. So why don't you give them a call, 303-779-6600, and just explore it. 303-779-6600, mymoneymyway.com.
I almost thought you were a commercial there. Yeah, that's a good point that you made.
Yeah.
Why did we tell him that it was up on the board,
I just
right?
want to put it on here.
You're very kind. Thanks, brother. Bye-bye.
Dot white.
At any one point in the,
I don't see it so white.
Tom, at any point in this show, there's like 8 elderly people that are confused. I don't think Tom's listening right now.
Okay. Let me just do that. Oh, yeah, there. Okay. There.
Kelly accepts responsibility for that in that she only typed it once on the screen.
Now let's look at this RV thing.
are we doing with Milton?
Now that,
We'll just keep talking to him about his rusty undercarriage.
If you bought something brand new, that's pretty bullshit. This poor guy's got a brand new. I mean, look at this drive shaft and shit.
Welcome to the Rusty Drive Shaft. What can I get you to drink?
Shut up, you son of a...
Sounds like a gay bar. Did you have any trouble with George Jones's RV?
No. Actually, I found pills in it and drugs.
Oh, God bless him.
No, that's a God's honest truth, because I detailed it and pulled out the couches. I found notes where his concerts, and he would get a percentage of the door, and he'd have a little notebook that you know what? I threw that shit out. I should have sold it. Although he wasn't that famous, was he, George Jones?
Yeah, I was.
You've got to stop.
And anyway, and you know, and I could see, like, when we were doing the detail on the outside, he had, I think it was called the silver fox we took off. He had a little etching on there about the, I think that's what they call, or the gray, something about fox or silver something.
It's
anyway,
like when we cleaned out this place and we threw out all of Bob Hope's stuff out. He wasn't that famous, was he?
Actually, we did that at Channel 4.
I know. Jackasses. You know, Bob Hope used to own KOA.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And they threw out all his stuff?
Oh, yeah. Like,
Bob Hope owned Channel 4 and KOA. It was KOA at the time.
Yeah. I have to love that.
Radio and TV. He owned it. He had, listen to this. They had an employee sale of old stuff.
Talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, Milton. I'm sold, man. I looked at this. I would be so pissed.
Yes.
Here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing. We got to figure it out. How much, you know, I see what you're saying, you know, fixing it. It can be done. I mean, it's not insurmountable, but I want to know, I don't have an idea, and maybe we should talk to one of our people about what rust does on a drive shaft like that. I mean, is that actually going to keep corroding or what? I mean... That's terrible.
I talked to a body shop yesterday that I've done business with in the past. I wanted him to do it. He said he didn't want to take it on because he couldn't guarantee that the rust wouldn't come back after he bead blasts it and repaints it.
But you do understand, Milton, if you bought it perfectly, and I'm not suggesting you should be satisfied, but it would have happened to you too with mag chloride, right? I mean, this is not like it's not going to happen.
Tom, when mag chloride gets on your vehicle, typically after the winter, you run through rain that washes it off, or you go through a car wash and it washes it off, and so you don't get that kind of corrosion.
No, I know. You're saying if you had it, you would take care of it and get it cleaned, and it wouldn't just sit there.
Exactly. This sat on the dealer's lot.
Now listen, do they say they will do absolutely nothing?
The dealer keeps referring me to Jayco, and Jayco keeps telling me their warranty does not cover rust. Anything that's rusted is not warrantable.
But it's not Jayco's. It's not Jayco's problem.
Well, I bought it brand new. I could have bought a used one.
You didn't buy it from Jayco.
No, but I bought it from the dealer with Jayco's factory warranty.
But Jayco does not warranty rust. Let's go in that circle again. Jayco built it. The dealer sold it to you. The dealer took custody and control. The dealer is responsible for its condition. All Jayco is responsible for is its warranty. They never promise anyone anything will be rust-proof. So... Again, Milton, I am trying to keep you focused on who the bad guy is.
Well, I believe that's the dealer, but Jayco has been absolutely no help in this situation.
And what should Jayco do? Tell me what they should do.
Well, I had a similar problem with the...
Tell me what Jayco... What do you think they should do? Tell me that part.
I think they should put a little pressure on the dealer.
Okay, that I agree with. Because if they want, you don't want your product going out to people that put a bad spin on your product. I get that. But did Jayco talk to them at all?
I don't know. They have been absolute no help.
All
to me
right,
whatsoever.
we need to give this to somebody who's going to take some time to call the dealer. However, I'm going to tell you something. Milton, we can only talk to them and pressure them and tell them what we do is give a preview of coming attractions. And maybe they see the wisdom in just exchanging the damn thing out. But I don't think they will. I think you're going to have to do a lawsuit. And as with all product and any kind of lawsuit, you have to weigh the cost to the benefit. Let's say, and Milton, I don't mean to exaggerate or even make you feel bad, but there is no lawsuit in the world, and I don't care what people say. I've been through 21 lawsuits. I will tell you, there's not one lawsuit in the world that you will not invest $50,000. Not one. There's not one. I mean, small claims court, yes. But once you get into suing a company, depositions, and discovery, when you get to the courthouse steps, you're into your 40,000, 30 or 40, you're going to be 50 or more to win. The problem is not all lawsuits carry attorney's fees. I don't know about this. I don't know what you would sue under and if you could even think about getting attorney's fees. But Milton, that is the reality of what you're facing right now. Okay? We want to help. I am in agreement with you. I am in agreement that they suck. So guys, who should we assign? I mean, really, we should give this to somebody who's going to at least turn the screws a little when they call them. So, Kachina, let me know what you think. Let's just give...
Chopper?
Is he there?
He is not in studio, but he's available for cases.
Let's see what Chopper can do with this. And it's a pretty clear-cut case. They're going to have to exchange it, and they're not going to probably, but we won't. Milton, are you prepared to take this to court?
Well, that's the problem. I'm 79 years old.
What?
Yeah, I'm 79 years old.
You old fart. You shouldn't be on the road.
No, I mean, well, that's my downside. I had a bigger one. Now this one's a lot easier to drive. Drives more like,
Hey, Milton, listen, man. Seriously, Milton. You know, just think of this. You're almost old enough to be president.
Yeah, right.
So here's what I want to do, man. I want to at least take a stab at it. And I do believe, though, there are people that can fix that. And I mean it. What they'd have to do is just disconnect the wiring. Not disconnect it, but unscrew it, wrap it, bead blast underneath, and paint. I mean, it could probably be better than factory. And you got to weigh that cost. You got to weigh that cost to suing. But let's first at least have someone call. Denise. What's going on, Denise?
Well, I'm a senior disabled citizen, and I have a terrible landlord.
Uh-oh. How long have you been there, Denise?
5 years with no lease.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Here's the good news. There are more rights than ever. Let's explore them coming up. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Very nice.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Some new slowdowns through downtown. I-25 northbound approaching 20th. The stall in the left lane has slow driving back from 6th Avenue. We're seeing about a 5-minute delay. I-25 southbound, no complaints through town. East of there, I-70 westbound, some stop and go approaching I-270. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. 270 westbound, some similar congestion at Vasquez. We're seeing slow traffic back from Northfield in Quebec. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, warming up a bit today. High 79, partly cloudy skies. Overnight low of 40, partly cloudy tomorrow as well. well with a high of 70. Scattered thunderstorms on Saturday with a high of 75. The current temperature in Denver is 75 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hey, you want to steal a water heater? And it's almost stealing. Hey, you will never find water heaters for a lower price. Seriously, EuroplumbingColorado.net. It's that simple. EuroplumbingColorado.net. The best prices on water heaters. $13.99 for a 40-gallon fully installed, the old one taken away, or a 50-gallon, $14.99. Listen, if you want any size, they'll do it, including the so-called instant water heaters. Check them out. They promise to have the best prices on anything plumbing, and they want you to put them to the test. I love when people say that, because I got listeners that'll really do it, and then bitch to me if it's not true. EuroplumbingColorado.net. No complaints. 303-668-6844. 668-6844. You know, Made in the Shade makes things so easy, hence the name, you know, man, I got it made in the shade. I don't know if people say that anymore, but what it means is you got it easy, and that's what you have with Made in the Shade window coverings. They come and they measure for free, and I mean to laser measure, and then they have a designer recommend stuff, come up with a package, try to meet your budget. If you go forward, then they have the best installers in the business. It's all guaranteed. Labor and materials, Made in the Shade. Here's the website, denvershades.co. Okay, so you were
4 minutes, I got to go pee. Don't screw anything up.
The guy that upstairs we were talking about? Oh, Jesus. Who was?
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
You know that we have a Rockies game today, and so they're using both accesses. So that's why Mark isn't on.
Yes, I'm so pissed. Well, I want to buy what I need, and Shannon said he was going to research it.
I think he did.
Come on, Shannon.
When he comes back, he's going to the bathroom. When he comes back, give him crap.
Yeah, tell him I want to know what I need to buy. I mean, it's not like I'm made of money, but it's business. I got to do it.
Well, especially for situations like this, because...
Of course.
My hands are tied, you know?
Of course. You know, this is so terrible, these goddamn dealers make them go to court. Okay, so this other guy, I mean, he's got one company that put a system in, did nothing wrong. They just undersold it, you know. He decided he wanted to increase it. He got talked into it, and now they're out of business. So what do you have? Nothing. I want to know if this... Well, okay, let's find that out. Let's find that out. Do you know the name of the company, by the way? I'm just curious about it. Loan company. And do they specialize in solar stuff? Yes. Okay. I think they only do solar. Okay. Let me just find this out. You're the one that first told us that if they don't come through, they can't. Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that idea? No, I get that, but didn't you tell me one time if somebody has a loan, they can't. They claw back from the dealership. Yeah. So they have to. Did they? But they didn't claw it back. Did these people put in a claim with the bankruptcy trustee? The consumer, yeah. They need to, it might be too late. I don't know if the company actually filed, or did they actually file? Do you have their, we're going to get back on today maybe, how about that? Text, let me see, text me. Give it to you off the air.
He wants to know what he can buy to have access.
When he can who, what?
Shannon, you were researching what Mark and I can buy, right, so we have our own access to dial into.
Yeah, can I do what Dan does?
What does Dan do?
He uses that got a funny name. It's like
A brick? Lucy?
well, he's got
Yeah, we're not Lucying it.
I know. I'm waiting for
Yeah,
Kelly's
let
insight,
me-
which is always awesome.
shut up.
Well, because it's not what we're talking about at all.
Well, I mean, he does. He's got two ways to
What's
do it.
that?
He either goes on access, but then I don't know if it's a caster or what. Let me ask Ryan.
You don't have to.
Okay. Then I won't.
Because what we're actually talking about is a rack unit that would be installed possibly in your office, maybe downstairs, I don't know, that would connect to his internet and allow...
That would be the easier way.
No, nothing's easier. Not doing it is easier. Coming up with a different way to do it is harder.
Talk Station 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Denise, you're a senior citizen, you're renting, and you have a bad landlord. How long have you been there?
5 years.
And did it all of a sudden turn bad, or you just finally had enough? Tell me the real story.
Okay, well, when I moved in, the windows were broke. He said he'd replace one every year.
You're talking 5 years ago.
Yes. And he said he would replace a window a year, and he has not replaced any.
Okay, so you have. I want to. So this is ongoing. This guy was bad, or this woman was bad from the start. So tell me about the existing problems. You have cracked windows.
Yes, I have cracked windows, and they have that, that screen over them, to filter it like. And
Okay, so what else? Cracked. If we just make a major list here of just major categories, cracked windows. What else?
Okay, the swamp cooler doesn't work. It never gets covered in the winter. It leaks water. It leaks cold air.
Okay, what else? I got that. Okay, so cracked windows, swamp cooler. What else?
I have mice, problem with mice.
Okay, there's a reason I'm having you go over the major problems. I want to talk about habitability. So we got a cracked windows, a swamp cooler, mice. What else?
The heat bill gets outrageous because of the windows, mice.
Well, the heat. Okay, what else?
Okay, the toilet's backing up in the tub. The sink's backing
now,
up.
Okay, so you have drainage back up.
Shower.
How often does it back up?
Well, it's been over a year now since it had been backed up before. I imagine I lose.
And when it backs up, does he come and get it cleaned professionally?
No.
What do you do about that?
He gets mad at me.
But I mean, what do you do? Has it ever gotten backed up onto carpet or floors?
No, but I can't shower right now. I haven't showered since Sunday. It's
Why?
ridiculous.
Why?
He won't answer my call.
No. I'm asking, what about the shower? Why can't you shower? Did you have a recent backup?
Yes, the toilet backs up into the tub, and whenever I take a shower...
Oh, God. Okay, so what else? And I'm not saying you don't have enough. I'm just asking, what else?
Well, that's about...
Okay, now listen, here's what I want to say. Here's what I was looking for, Denise. Here's what I'm looking for. What municipality are you in?
Jeffco.
Is it unincorporated Jefferson County?
No, I'm in Lakewood.
Lakewood. All right. I'm looking for standards of habitability and what would violate it. Let me tell you what would not violate the standards. We got to find something that would. The cracked windows could be security and safety, but probably not if they're just cracked. When you say cracked, are they open to the outside? In other words, can you put your hand through them?
No, the back one, the one in my bedroom is nothing but plexiglass. He replaced it with a piece
I
of
don't think
plexiglass.
we're going to get them on habitability for the glass. The swamp cooler, we're not going to get them on at all. That just doesn't work. Mice, now if the swamp cooler caused any kind of mold, again, people exaggerate about mold. However, it is a habitability safety standard if it's a bad mold. The other thing would be mice. That we can get them on. And the toilet, definitely. So here's the problem. Let me explain this to you. If we confront this landlord on habitability issues, or we get the health department or someone involved, Sometimes the landlord will just have you leave and fix it.
Yep.
And
Yep.
so are you prepared to get another place? Because you can, and you have more than enough reason.
I have been on housing for 5 years. I'm ready to put everything in storage and be homeless.
Well,
I
I don't think you need to do that. But when you say on housing, what do you mean?
I've been trying to get on like a voucher.
You've been on a waiting list?
Yes, I've been on a waiting list.
What do you pay for rent?
$1,100 a month.
Okay.
It started out at $850, and he keeps raising it, and yeah, it's $1,100. He's just collecting the money on Venmo and not talking to me. The owner of the trailer park.
Wait a minute. Oh, you didn't tell me it was a trailer. It's a trailer.
Yeah.
You have a few less rights there.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, hold on. Let's figure this out. Jeez. Hold on. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I still want to call the guy. I'm afraid she's going to be evicted. We got to figure this one out. We do. Oh, man. We have more coming up. Denver Regen, by the way, weight loss, semaglutide, compounded, to your door with supplies, $250 a month. You cannot beat that anywhere. And, of course, you get doctor consultations as well. DenverRegen.com.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Some new slowdowns through downtown. I-25 northbound approaching 20th. The stall in the left lane has slow driving back from 6th Avenue. We're seeing about a 5-minute delay. I-25 southbound, no complaints through town. East of there, I-70 westbound, some stop and go approaching I-270. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. 270 westbound, some similar congestion at Vasquez. We're seeing slow traffic back from Northfield in Quebec. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, warming up a bit today. High 79, partly cloudy skies. Overnight low of 40, partly cloudy tomorrow as well with a high of 70. Scattered thunderstorms on Saturday with a high of 75. The current temperature in Denver is 75 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, and RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Keel and Park are estate planning attorneys that do business in a very unique way, and I love it. You will too. You can call them for a review of your estate, everything you own, everything you're invested in, cars, businesses, fine art, jewelry, about your heirs, about your vacation homes, all of that. They review everything free of charge, complimentary, and come up with a plan of what would be right for you. And then if you decide to move forward, it's flat rate pricing based on how much you do. You can pick to do some or all of it. And the choice is yours. You're in full control, and you never have to worry about hourly pricing. I like that. Keel and Park. Give them a call. They'll meet with you virtually or in person. 970-818-8198. LawKP.com. Simply Floors, Inc. I love these people, Karen and Buddy Mitchell, because they make it such a pleasant experience. First, you can go to their showroom, talk to them. They love talking floor coverings, whether it's luxury vinyl planking, hardwoods, laminates, veneers. And then you have carpeting, of course, or they'll send an expert to your home. Go start here. Simply Floors, Inc. That's INC, simplyfloorsinc.com. Take a look at what they have. They have great pricing, great installers, and a great experience all the way around. They handle everything from the sales, installation, and service. Simplyfloorsinc.com. You know, when it comes to garage doors, I have known this company for years and years and years. One, Clear Choice Garage Doors. They're out there 24/7 if you need them. They're out there for simple adjustments during normal business hours, inspections, and replacement of any part of the door or opener. They're factory authorized for most doors. They're the great people for garage doors, and you can find them at oneclearchoicedoors.com. And when you do find them there, all of their prices are on the site. OneClearChoiceDoors.com.
Are you very nice? 3 minutes in case you're trying to impress your guests.
Yeah, I ran out of cream, so it doesn't matter.
That's gross.
I can't get coffee.
Oh, what kind do you like? What's your favorite?
I might have to have DoorDash deliver some.
Wow. You know, when people say, how much money do you think you need to survive? You need enough to get yourself out of trouble. And I think that is...
Well,
that is the watermark.
I think it's fair to say I need helicopter fuel.
Right.
I mean, would they expect me to live without that?
Maybe send a guy to the store in the helicopter. I'm a huge fan of that, not international. What's the other? The French vanilla deal. God damn it. Who makes it?
Like International Delight?
Yeah, but the other one. The one that's Nestle.
No, I don't do any flavored cream. That's
Coffee?
terrible.
Oh, but they have an Irish cream that is so good.
Are you talking about Coffee Mate?
Coffee Mate, that's it. You're a genius.
Shannon, I want you to explore what rack system we need.
I'm asking Mark to reach out because he's always in touch with Comrack.
Come on, man. He doesn't know.
Well, he would know.
Just go downstairs and look and just add a couple accesses.
Right. Well, I'm wondering if you guys can get one and dial in on some sort of left and right.
Like on 5 right now. Am I on both left and right?
Yes. Well, because it's set to mono.
Okay, so I'm simulcasting on both.
Essentially, you are, and that is based on your audio profile. Because you can go in there and tell it to be stereo. You can tell it to be dual mono.
So what would happen, though? We can't even call in on the same one. So how would that, you can't.
I don't know if there's, well, in the back of your NX, it takes in 2 IP addresses, right? It's got 2 Ethernet ports. I'm just wondering if the latest version of the rack mount NX has 2 ports and can accept 2 calls. It seems like if yours can connect on 2 IPs, because it does that, it creates a backup. Wow, there's a new, Fox is showing this thing, says, there's a new bill that says, don't use the word offender, say justice impacted. A justice impacted individual as opposed to an offender. Love that. Watering down the things that we call bad people makes me want to be a bad person. Interesting. All right, more you.
An iHeartRadio station.
Hi. Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Denise, I'm going to ask you, do you want us to call your landlord and see, maybe they'll respond when they know we're looking at him and it's in the media? It could backfire too. I don't know what to tell you. What do you think?
I don't know either. I've got all his texts that he sent me. I was in the hospital in September, October, and November last year, and he was sending me texts in November that the mice weren't his problem. And I was told...
No. The mice are his problem, but it could be a trailer park problem too. Now, does he own this trailer or the park?
He owns the trailer.
It could be... It could be, Denise, it could be that it is a trailer park problem. See, this is where it gets complicated with trailers, because you have
I'm sorry, I did talk to the owner of the park, and he told me there's no backup problem in the park. And he told me not to bother the owner of my trailer, and he wanted to give me money to get Drano.
Listen,
the owner of the park,
Denise,
not the owner of my trailer. Yeah.
It is the park. There's not enough drain in the trailer. If it was a drain in the trailer, it would always back up. It has to be the park. See, now it's a whole different ballgame. Your landlord may not be responsible for some of this. I'm serious. I'm not trying to I don't know. I don't. I have to be straight with you. This drainage problem, there's probably a 99% chance it's in the trailer park's problem. It's not going to be the local trailer. How big is that trailer? It doesn't have much of a drain line. It's not like a house where you have a big service line. The service line and everything belongs to the trailer park. The only thing the trailer has is from its drains to the inlet at the park. There's almost no chance. I mean, let's put it this way. If it was the trailer and you never did anything to clear it, it wouldn't have been cleared. So that's going to be, Denise, you may, and I'm serious, you may want to start looking for a place because we have, you're not going to get you got to get the trailer park to do something, and the trailer park doesn't care because the owner isn't going to pressure the trailer park. You can call the health department, but they're going to red tag it. That's not going to help you.
No, right.
So is there have you been looking for a place to live?
Yes, I have. I've gone through Foothills Regional Housing, West Metro Housing, Arvada Housing Authority. Yes.
Perhaps you should give yourself a Spanish surname and pretend you're from Venezuela.
That's exactly what I thought. Hey, I'm Polish. I'm a minority, okay?
I mean, I swear to God, we have people that are dying for housing, and I don't want to get into it right now. But and by the way, I'm not saying we shouldn't help. I'm helping Venezuelan families too, but I'm not helping them on the public dole. They're working. They're trying to lift themselves up. Denise, I don't think we should call the landlord right this minute. I mean, I don't think we should because I think it's going to cause a whole can of worms, and I don't want to get you out on the street.
Yeah, it just bothers me. He's collecting all the rent every month and doesn't do one darn thing and everything.
But what you're talking about, he can't solve. Now, the windows he can. Right. The mice problem. Look.
Furnace filters, he texts me he can't believe I couldn't pay $20 to put furnace filters in here.
Well, I'm going to tell you that's another thing. That can go either way. It's not unusual for tenants to change their own furnace filters, but in other cases, the landlord does it. All of this is spelled out in a lease, and you don't have a lease. And I understand you're older and you want somebody to do this. I get that, Denise. If anybody in the Lakewood area might have a place to rent, give us a call. Get Denise's information. I'm Tom Martino. Oh, man, this is sad.
All right, Denise. What is the best number to...
Do you want me to just start going out to some of these places and roughing people up?
Yes, let's. But you know what, though? Here's the problem. They're going to say there's nothing we can do,
There's a great line from Caddyshack 2. There was a Caddyshack 2. And, I'm not remembering his name. Dennis, I'm not remembering his name. But this guy's on the phone with somebody, and he says, oh, really, it's hard to say? It's hard to say, is it? Is it as hard to say as, oh, my God, there's a man in my office with a flamethrower? Is that easier to say? Love it. All right, I'll let you go. Go enjoy your 6 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
Do you want a deputy for Denise?
Yeah, I don't think we should call the landlord right now.
He hasn't called her for 3 months, and now she's almost close to tears.
Yeah, but if we call, okay, yeah, give her, and you know what she's going to do? She's going to be evicted. But yeah, let's have somebody call then.
You got it.
Who do you want to call, Doc?
Yeah, make Doc call the guy. Have him start with the lot owner.
All right, I'm gonna have him call her.
Thank you.
Okay, Denise, we're going to go ahead and escalate this to one of our deputies. His name is Ken. He'll be giving you a call, probably after the show. So we end at 2 o'clock. So I'm sending him your information right now. So just be
Climate change.
Climax change? What? What's different now? Holy crap. I was just
know.
figuring it out last time.
I know. All right, Lisa, just be patient with me because he's going to get to you probably after the break, okay? So just hang on. Katie, be patient with me. We're going to get to you as soon as possible, okay? Katie, you there?
She'll be fine.
Katie?
She'll come around.
Okay. All right, hold on for me.
President Biden holding a press conference with the president of Kenya. I wonder what horrible thing he's going to accidentally say.
I wonder what horrible thing he's going to do. He's going to...
Since the death of George Floyd, Kenya is able to... What?
I'm just saying.
See, some guys went into a Best Buy in New York. Some black guys went in and were acting crazy near the computers because of the governor of New York. Black people in the Bronx don't even know what the word computer means. So these guys come in and they act like 2001: A Space Odyssey, sniffing around the computers.
Jesus. Yeah, great.
Thank you, Madam Governor. Holy crap.
Right?
Why am I on a email blast list from a bowling alley? I don't even remember doing anything at a freaking bowling alley.
Again, your stuff is mined from whatever. I mean, you could have been on Facebook. You could have been on Twitter.
When we get a chance, I got an outbound solar call,
Okay.
but I don't know. It's pretty busy. Let me get it here.
10% off lane.
It's Jeffrey, right? Jeffrey, is that him?
Book now.
I don't see his
It's been
name.
a while since I've been bowling.
I think. Did you put it in one of these? Let me see.
Buy now.
That's really what I need. Here, hold on. Text it to me, and I'll text it to her.
All right. I will be back.
Get out.
You know, I disagree with Ken, with Deputy Doc.
Just in general?
No, we were talking about my need for helicopter fuel, and he said that's a first world problem, and I said, no, it's not. You know, third worlds, the dictators all have helicopters.
Yeah, look at Iran.
That's a third world party. I don't know about Iran, but...
And El Presidente's chopper went down, so why not? Uh-oh.
You have a lot of installs going on right now?
Good morning. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. I'm good. How are you?
Okay.
I'm late to the party, morons.
Okay. Okay. What's your name, sir? Let's get you some help with Tom.
630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, or 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Welcome to the show. We got Brooke with us from redrocksrs.com, and we talked about a grant program at one time, Brooke, and the grant program for commercial systems, right? Is that the one we're talking about?
Yep, exactly.
All right. So you've had clients that have commercial systems, but it's specifically for commercial systems in rural areas?
Yeah, as long as it's in an eligible area, which is pretty much anything not on 25.
Not on what?
Not on I-25.
Oh, so there's a lot of things classified as rural.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if they have a business and they want a solar system, you have grant writers that can help get them. Now, these grants are not, you don't pay them back. They're granted.
Yep, exactly. It's just a check that comes in the mail to you.
Plus, you have tax credits.
Yes.
Now, have you had any clients with the tax credit and the grant, no out of pocket?
They actually get paid to go solar.
Now, you see, people, you might be thinking we're full of it. But now listen to this. Because the government is in such a push for solar, if you have an eligible commercial system, and they can find out with a phone call or two, you get not only enough to pay for the system, but possibly more. And they don't just say, we'll only pay up to a certain amount, or do they just flat out write a check?
It's up to $1 million is the grant. So if you're
So if your system costs $500,000,
mm-hmm.
how do you put money in your pocket?
Yeah, so
Or $200,000 or $100,000, whatever the number is.
I'm going to use 100 because it's just easier
Yeah,
numbers.
of course. So
I'm
$100,000.
blonde.
Yeah, $100,000. Okay, $100,000.
So of that $100,000, then the government would actually give you $113,000 to do the project through the tax credits, depreciation,
But
and
why
grants.
would they give you more?
To do it because
As an incentive.
Because if you're in one of those rural areas or energy distressed areas, then you're helping out the grid by helping them to maintain their electrical
So the
needs.
government wants you to help out the grid, and they incentivize you with extra money.
Yep.
Okay, then these commercial operators, then once they have a system, listen to this, people. Once they have a system, not only did they make money putting it in, but then they make money selling to the grid.
They can sell to the grid, or for instance, if you have like tenants, then
Yeah.
you can charge them retail rates for the power because you're essentially
Normal retail.
Exactly.
And that's not considered being a utility?
No, not if it's your own building.
And so if you have tenants, they pay for that, you charge them for their share of electric based on real rates.
Yep.
And so you can actually make money there. Plus, all of your electricity is taken care of.
Absolutely.
So if you figure, but can you sell to the grid or not? Or do you mostly just not have enough to sell to the grid, mostly, in most of these systems?
It's totally up to the person that we're working with. You can always sell back to the grid. It just depends on how much.
Because it's better to actually resell it to your tenants.
Yes, you're going to make a much better ROI to resell to your tenants.
So with reselling to your tenants and the money you put in your pocket, you're turning a cash flow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plus saving on your own electric if you have a unit there.
Yep. So, like, I'm working, for instance, with somebody doing a solar field. So they're selling to like a whole neighborhood back, and they're selling it at 8 cents per kilowatt hour. Retail is 14 cents. So the neighborhood's making money because
The neighborhood's saving money.
The neighborhood's saving money.
And then this provider is allowed to do that?
Yeah, and they're making about 6 cents per kilowatt hour. If you're talking about a ton of power,
Okay,
which
hold
they
on
are.
a sec. They're actually a little mini power company.
Yeah.
And that's legal.
Yep, you just have to go through the proper steps with the utility company.
And how do they get the power to the neighborhoods?
They just go through the utility company's grid. So you do a solar garden.
And the utility
application.
company doesn't care.
They want this. Again, Colorado's going 100% electric by 2040. The utilities in Colorado are pushed to put in solar and figure out how to handle their grid.
So
demands.
this company selling to the neighborhood is making money.
Oh yeah, a ton.
God, people, I'm serious. This is all. I know this sounds like some kind of scam. I swear to God, because it's so cool. And it's not, by the way, of course. RedRocksRS.com. I'm telling you, call if you have any questions. You have a business, you better give us a call. Or you can call them directly, 303-704-2449. I want to go to Lisa. Lisa, what's happening? Lisa, you called us once before, didn't you, Lisa?
I think so. My therapist at Community Reach Center kind of referred me to you.
Oh, maybe you didn't. I'm sorry. It was marked as a follow-up, and I thought we have talked before, but we haven't.
This would be the first time.
Okay, that's fine. What are you calling about, Lisa?
Teenager. Yeah, this is like, I kind of just want to share my story with anybody that's listening.
Well, we're listening. What is it about?
Me and my mom have lived in 3 different counties. This is the third one that we've lived in, where people are making illegal drugs and smoking them.
Oh, you want to know why? Because no one does anything about it.
Yeah, exactly.
You have lived in 3 places.
Mm-hmm.
Like 3 apartment houses?
Yep. The first one we lived in was in Commerce City the year before last year.
But are they apartment houses?
The place that I'm in right now is actually like residential. I'm disabled.
Okay, so you're in a single family home right now?
It's like a townhome.
Okay, got it. Okay, so you lived in 3 different places, and you're telling me that in each time the neighbors were making and using drugs?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, see, this is what you call an unsolvable problem.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
your caseworker, you said he referred you to us?
Yeah, Community Reach. Yeah. Well, my therapist, she said, well,
Your therapist. Did she think that there were maybe some laws being broken and that the police should help, or what was on her? What did she think? Because we would love to help if we could, if there's something we can do. Why don't you share a little more about the problem and about the neighborhood and all that?
Yeah, the first time like this happened to us was in Commerce City, like in 2022.
Okay.
We were living in a townhome. Like my mom paid the equity off on it like some years ago.
You mean it was her own townhome?
We like paid rent every month, but yeah, like she paid the equity off. So
I don't know what that means. If she was paying rent, she paid the equity off. What does that mean? I'm not sure what that means.
It's kind of like we were under a cooperative housing.
Okay, let me ask this, Lisa. Did your mom own that townhome, or did she rent it?
She didn't really own it.
Okay.
We would just rent every month, but she did, like, everyone there had equity they'd have to pay on every month. The equity on it was paid off. I think the way that you can maybe think of it is the cooperative housing owned the property that the townhomes were on, and everyone just paid their equity every month.
I don't know what that means, but okay, so they paid their fair share or whatever. Well, anyway, so you moved from there to where?
To downtown Denver.
And then what? So you went into another place where they were doing drugs?
I'm actually in like residential housing for disabled people.
Now, is your mom disabled as well?
Yeah, she is.
Okay, so are you both getting subsidized housing?
No, there's like a home support agency. Residential.
What kind of
housing is
disability
like,
do you have, Lisa?
I'm on the spectrum.
Okay.
And I also have like an intellectual disability.
And you haven't been able to work?
No.
Do you collect SSDI?
Yeah.
And your mom, how old is she? What does she collect?
She's like 70, 71.
So she's on Social Security and probably supplemental?
Yeah, on SSI.
Okay. So, what are you calling about?
I just wanted to share my story with people.
Okay.
Just so they.
What kind of story
like,
about the place
that,
you're living in now?
Just like one of the places I lived was particularly disturbing to me because this place is through Volunteers of America. It's through like HUD housing, but when I was living there, it's like off 1865 Larimer Street. When I moved in there, that I would say probably 85% of the people living there were using drugs and making them. And
were they on? Were they on subsidized housing?
It was under HUD, yeah. Yeah.
So, like I said, Lisa, these are things I totally believe you, but not much we can do about them.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to see if, like, I tried letting the state legislature know, hey, like, there's people doing this stuff all over. And when I was in Denver last year, I saw people getting taken out of body bags in there. So just people.
You know, Lisa, I understand. I really do understand what you're talking about. And I'm going to go back to say this again. What you're talking about is going on every day, and it's an unsolvable problem. And I'll tell you why. Do you really believe, honest to God, I mean this, and I'm not making a joke, and I'm not being political, do you think our state legislature cares? They don't. No. Are you kidding me? Do you think they care that people are doing drugs? Of course they don't. I think if it was up to them, it'd all be legal. They don't care that they're doing drugs. They don't care that people are dealing drugs. They don't care. I mean, take a look at this state and how it's changed. Come on. Look at the state over the last 10 years or 20 or 30. No, you really think our legislature should be in Moscow? No. Moscow's against drugs. We should, I don't even know where they should be. On Xanadu Island. We have more coming up.
Yeah.
If addiction, trauma, depression, or anxiety are making you feel alone, the Raleigh House is here for you. With 2 locations in Denver, our team of professionals at the Raleigh House provides a premium level of care, offering both inpatient and...
I thought it'd be funny to come out with Raleigh House.
Where you're at. Yeah. Our substance abuse and mental health services at the Raleigh House can provide a place where you can reconnect, find your purpose, and heal. Call 720-797-8717 to get the help you need. That's the Raleigh House, 720-797-8717.
You know, people are still getting loans because they're buying homes. Frank Duran will tell you they're still buying homes. And if you need a loan, no one better than Ideal Home Loans for your next Ideal Home Loan. Why? Because they're the only ones that have the interest rate guarantee. When rates go down, they'll refinance you free of charge. Call them for details, 303-867-7000. And if you need to consolidate that high interest debt, even though your refi might bring a rate with a little higher rate, it's still going to save you money overall, and you get the interest rate guarantee. 303-867-7000, idealhomeloans.com. And speaking of loans and real estate and all of that, if you are ever embarking on anything to do with real estate and you need some advice, in fact, let me amend that. Not if you need advice, but you do need advice, no matter what it is, even going over closing docs or a complicated lease or a commercial system, commercial lease or financing arrangements. Here's what you do. Call O'Brien Legal Services for anything real estate. OLSlaw.com. 720-370-7388.
Thank you.
How much time?
So if you want to
4.
Thank you.
I can forward that. Just include your contact information.
You got this.
We have to.
Right. So why don't you send me an email to help@troubleshooter.com and explain your entire story, and then I can forward that on. Okay? All right. Thanks so much. Okay. Bye-bye. Don't know how to help you. And it sucks.
Denver's talk station.
Online at khout.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 888-8255. 888heating.com has the risk-free service fee, $28, and it is a service. So if you need a flapper valve or something minor in your toilet, you need a flush for your water heater, whatever, $28 for a one-item service, and if you need anything else, they credit you the $28. 888heating.com, plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, 303-770-2776. Let's talk, Katie. You have a problem with your autistic son, or son on the spectrum, as they say nowadays, and with Jefferson County. What's going on?
I got an email this morning saying that the special ed lawyer that we had reached out to cannot take on our case.
Now, why were you hiring an attorney?
Because Jefferson County, JRLP specifically, my son's school, has broken federal law and state law.
Have you called me before about this?
And I sent you a ton of information and all of other screenshots.
I remember.
Emails,
I remember this. Didn't we talk? Didn't we talk before on this?
Briefly, and you wanted me to send you everything.
Yeah, I know it.
So that's
and
what I
and
did.
what you said, and you were accurate, by the way. What you said was your son is on the spectrum, and Jefferson County. Didn't you say something about moving there specifically for that?
We specifically moved down to Jefferson County.
Yeah, and is your child Gabriel? Is it Gabriel?
Yes.
Okay, I remember, and I have it here in front of me. So you said that you were in Greeley, the teachers were terrible. You moved to Jefferson County for better resources. During COVID, he was put in this program, and now they're still not giving him an IEP, which is an individualized education plan. Is that what are they still not doing that?
Has an IEP in place, but they are not following it.
Okay, give me an idea. Give me an idea. And for everyone listening, and you might think, well, what does she expect? This is something afforded by the public school systems. They're independent plans for children with disabilities. Now, what I want to know is, without getting into like all the little details, what major stuff are they not doing in the IEP?
Okay, so my son has a speech delay, so he's supposed to have a scribe, somebody that writes for him. He has a written expressive disorder, which means he can't take an idea and write it in the paper. So again, they're supposed to take notes. They're supposed to help him write. They're supposed to help him with his grammar, reading, writing.
And they're not doing any of that? They're not doing any of that?
He's supposed to have a para who is supposed to do all of those things. He had one in the beginning of the year until she threatened to come to his house, take him, and show him what the hood was really like.
Now,
that's when
hold on. Why would she do that to him?
I don't know. I don't know why you would hire this in a bad way, but like I don't know why you would hire somebody who speaks in Ebonics to work with a child who is special needs and has a speech impediment. It was handpicked by the district, and I had no say-so in who they hire or don't hire.
Katie, I don't know what you mean by that. I really don't. I don't know where we're going with this, but tell me something else. In Greeley, when he had teachers that you did not like, were they speaking Ebonics, or whatever you're calling it too?
No, they were just verbally abusing him.
In what way? Because I find it difficult to believe that in two different school systems, two different teachers are abusing him. But I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying I find it hard to believe. Like, what so this person in Jeffco, she threatened your son saying, I'll take you to the hood and show you what life's really about.
Really about, yeah.
What would prompt that kind of comment, do you think? Well, how old is your son?
Because they're 18.
How old? I'm not hearing her, man. I just need an age. Give me an age. Hey, let's reestablish. I can't, listen, we can't communicate this way. I'm hearing every other word. So let's try to reestablish that. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I literally cannot hear her. She is saying things, and then she gets clipped. Do you know why that's happening, Shannon?
Yeah, it's a noise-canceling thing on her phone that's creating that.
Okay. Well, when we can communicate, see, here's the thing. I am all for IEPs. And I'm sure that some of them are inappropriate now and then. She's had 2 in a row, or maybe more. She used the last term. She said teachers in Greeley last time. And I am more interested if we can reestablish a connection here on why an attorney wouldn't take this. That's what I really need to know. So I'm going to regroup and see if we can reconnect. And then we have more from our solar expert coming up. And anything you want to talk about, we finally have a break in the lines so you can get through. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, waterpros.net, in addition to the drinking water at the kitchen sink for just $1,600 fully installed, $1,400 fully installed. You can also get, listen to this, whole house systems, like a little more than $3,000 that takes out the chemicals and the hardness, and they're wonderful. Waterpros.net.
Yep.
This hour from the Trajan.
Yeah, typically the more you spend on a Bluetooth headset, the worse it is.
Really?
Local.
Yeah, because it increases the noise canceling. And so
okay, did you give me his number?
Traffic.
Brooke, did you
This
text it
report
to me?
is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Okay, I got an
Some busy
outbound.
spots around the downtown area. I-25 northbound showing.
And I got a southbound.
I'm
Southbound and down.
I'm giving it to her right now.
Loaded up and trucking.
This is
there.
for Kachina.
I-7.
Well, she may go bye-bye, so focus on your spots, and then we'll be back.
Only a
She
2
may
or
go
3 minute delay.
bye-bye.
Yeah, she walked out.
Driving to DIA.
Well, you
south
tell
of
her I
there,
texted her.
I-225 north.
You got it. Well, she's always either filling or emptying her bladder. That's all she does besides the job.
Overnight low of 40
I gotta go get some water.
with a high of 70.
I gotta go pee-pee.
Thunder
It's only one or the other.
day. The current temperature in Denver is 75 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phones, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance. And even cover your furry friends with pet health insurance. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Hey, you know what I love? I love when AI is used for something cool like Excel Roofing is doing. No, he's not having the chatbot install your roof, but here's what he does have. On his website, Jay and Henry, father and son, I love that. Anyway, Excel Roofing has on their website a place where you put your address and it maps out the roof of your home. And then you tell it what materials you have. It gives you pricing on what materials you have or what materials you want instantly. So you can get a price on your roof. You don't have to have a visit. And it's within 5%. It's pretty damn accurate. So you'll know if other companies are overcharging. You'll know if they're artificially undercharging. Plus, you can tell what Excel will do. And, of course, that's the company you want because they don't take a cent until you're content. ExcelRoofing.com. Go there and try it out. Even if you don't need a roof, it's fun. EXCEL as in excellent, excelroofing.com. And, of course, you can always call them for your roofing needs, 303-761-6400. excelroofing.com. Now, Criminal defense, it's something none of us have on our minds, and we say, we're not going to need one. No one really counts on life being imperfect, but sometimes people have a little too much to drink or smoke, and they drive, and they get into trouble, and that's a criminal offense. Or sometimes they get in an argument with a neighbor. You wouldn't realize it. I've had people who called, they made a hand gesture at a neighbor and got arrested for menacing. Really weird stuff, okay? All I'm going to say is this. If you ever need a defense attorney, don't shop when you're under pressure and you're all pissed off. I've done the shopping for you. Joe Lazara does complete initial consultations, complimentary, no cost. If you decide to hire him, it's all on a flat rate basis. Lazzara, LazaraLegal.com, 303-429-6200. Thank you. I don't need to know how much time.
I know you want to know.
I'm not going anywhere.
I'm Leslie Stahl. I'm Maury Schaefer. Kelly is through with her dirty, dirty business and is here to serve you.
Thanks, Shannon.
What? I'm just updating everybody.
I texted you. I need the guy on.
All right.
I'm going to be calling somebody here, bro.
Hi, Jeff. This is Kelly. I'm calling from the
As
Tom
opposed to
Martino
going back to what's her name?
Show. And Tom had given me your number to get on the show and talk about your solar issue. Perfect. All right, hang on for me, and he'll be with you as soon as possible, okay?
I got to find his frickin' number. Gosh dang it. God, I just got texted. I can't find his there you are. Damn.
Just instantly, the president of Kenya sounds 1,000 times smarter than our president.
What did you expect?
Oh, my gosh. I want that guy.
You want to trade?
Yes.
Kenya has some good land. Or should I say Kenya? Because, that got a few years ago, just like everybody was saying Qatar when it's really Qatar.
Hey, can you hang on?
No,
Oh,
I got to
man.
go.
Damn it.
Can you hang on, bro? Can you hang on?
Yeah, I can hang on.
All right, I'll be right
California number.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did the one you texted me from.
Yeah, I did. I guess I must forward to the other one because the one I have is a 303.
All right. Oh, you mean my number?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on a second. I'll be right with you. Thanks, man.
Okay.
Issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, we're going to be giving away some tickets. This is a fun thing. I'm going to get to your calls, too, so hang in there, please. I want to go to Steve right now. Steve is with rockandroll.beer. I love it. And he has a brewery, and he does things with Colorado National Speedway. How do you want to do these tickets, Steve?
Okay, it's Rock and Roll Brewery, and the website is rockandroll.beer.
Yeah.
there's two different kinds of tickets. I have some VIP, which are, the passes that are VIP parking and good, free entrance to the beer garden and all that stuff. Good for any race throughout the 2024 season. So those, I would say, if people go to my website and contact me there, and my that phone number should be on there, and my email. Contact me, and let's say the first 10 people to do that, I'm going to give VIP tickets to. How the hospitality tickets are on June 15th, that's the special race. I do sponsorships at the track. So we're going to be there on Father's Day weekend. Saturday night is NASCAR racing. The 15th, I will have a hospitality party with Famous Dave's Catering. All that's included on those tickets. It's amazing. And then the next day is the Monster Truck Race. That's not included with these tickets, but, you want to go to that.
Wow.
So this is NASCAR racing. It's not drag racing. People go in a circle, many cars. I've raced there many years. It's really super fun for the whole family. Colorado National Speedway, and their website is coloradospeedway.com.
Okay, listen, on yours.
But how I give the hospitality tickets away is it's the people that really support us. They go out and they're supporting Colorado National Speedway, and they're spending time going to the Rock and Roll Brewery tent, and they're spending a little money here and there, and they're supporting us. I'm going to give those people those hospitality tickets.
All right, so rockandroll.beer. I want to say this, okay? I also want people for fathers.
I don't know if I'm still on. I don't hear anything.
Yeah, you're on. I don't know. You're still on, Steve. Can you hear me, bro? Okay, hold on. I don't. Maybe my mic's not working for some reason.
Hello?
Just hold on a sec. I put them on hold. I don't know. It says my mic is. Let me just see. You can hear me, right, Shannon? So.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why he doesn't. Are you there, Steve? Okay, he doesn't hear me. I don't know what the hell's going on. Anyway, here's the thing. I want to, for the Father's Day tickets, I want to give away some Father's Day tickets. What I'd like to do is I would like them to, what I'd like them to do for those tickets, is I would like them to give a poem about their dad. That's what I'd like to do. I'm back to you, Steve. Can you hear me? Steve? Oh, man, I don't know. I'm just going to have to disconnect. I'll just try to reconnect. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So rockandroll.beer, and everything on this end seemed to be working, so it might have been muted. But in any case, we have this other one with this solar issue that just baffles the hell out of me. We want to know what to do about that. And then we have Katie. She's back. We reestablished contact. Now, listen. I know there are comments being made. I'm getting a few by text. And then maybe some YouTube morons. But Katie is well within her rights to want the independent education plan done properly. However, the one thing that has people concerned is that she has had now 2 teachers or more that she's dissatisfied with because she thinks they're abusing her son. Now, Katie, there's no way for us to know if it's an exaggeration or not. What did your son, tell me, this latest one in Jefferson County, he had an IEP, but is the IEP now gone? What happened? Was she fired, or was your son taken off? What happened after she supposedly said, I'm going to take you to the hood and show you what life's about, or whatever? What happened after that?
I called the principal and I spoke with her about the behavior of the para, and to my knowledge, she was removed from contact with Gabriel. I don't know if she
But then he was not given anyone else, right?
No.
Katie, I fear, and I want you to listen to me, because I don't want you to get emotional, and I know this is a terrible topic and an emotional topic, and I know you're advocating for your son, but you really need to hear me. I fear that they might think you're difficult, and they might think you're exaggerating because of your involvement in Greeley You were dissatisfied with those teachers. You said your son suffered abuse. And now you're telling me the same thing is happening here. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm not saying that you don't have a right to be sensitive, and I'm not saying you don't have concerns, but I think they don't know what to do with you. I mean that, Katie. I mean that. And I hope you understand I'm being very open with you about this. I want to help you get help. But can you tell me, when did this conversation happen where this woman said, I'm going to take you to the hood?
In December.
How old is your son? We got disconnected last time I asked you. How old is your son?
He's 16.
Okay. Does your son express, is he upset with what was told to him?
Yes, he has expressive language delay, and her comment led to nightmares, regression, self-harm.
Katie, are you really he was afraid she was going to do something to him and he had nightmares?
You don't understand the amount of trauma that my son has endured.
Okay.
What happened to him in Greeley is medical neglect. I had to take him to a surgeon. The surgeon said that the teacher put a trash can next to his desk and let him throw up all day. He was vomiting over 21 times a day. This medical neglect to not send that child to the nurse, to not call the parent. And that was his only way. We're talking about a special needs kid who can't cope with big emotions, and he has no ability to express what is going on.
How did you find out what was said? How did you find out what was said to him about the neighborhood, the hood?
I was right there.
Wait, you were there when she said it?
I was right there.
Well, she couldn't have meant it in a threatening way if she said it right in front of you.
I was off screen. She didn't know I was there.
What do you mean off screen? Oh, it was a Zoom thing.
Yeah, he goes online.
So he doesn't go into school?
No, because of what has been done to him.
Katie, does your son have a counselor?
He has people that he works with at Children's Hospital, but I cannot get a therapist because they won't talk to him because he has expressive language delay.
Well, what do they do normally with someone who has expressive delay?
We just work with developmental pediatrician, and I speak with my therapist, and what I can get from Gabriel or what I can interpret from him, I relay to my therapist. I say, hey, I'm worried about this. Should I do a suicide?
So will Gabriel ever be on his own?
No.
And okay, all right. So listen, I don't know what the answer is because you're not. You said a special needs attorney. Hold on a second. You said he wouldn't take the case. Why is that?
Because she had so many cases that she didn't have the capacity to take it on.
Katie, don't believe that, okay? Please don't believe that. Katie, Katie, listen. One thing you're going to find from me that you're not going to get from anyone else, I promise you, is the unfiltered truth. There is no such thing, no such thing as an attorney turning down a case because they have too many cases. They're turning down the case because they don't think it's a good case. Have you talked to other attorneys?
I spoke with one this morning, and I have to put down $3,500 in order for him to take the case, and I don't have $3,500.
So the other one you asked to take the case free?
know. I was trying to see what she could do for us.
Okay, do you have a partner in all of this? Does Gabriel have a father?
He has a father that is not present.
Okay, hold on. I got to take this break. I'm Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
A couple sore spots all throughout the Denver metro for the late morning commute. Starting on the west end, C470 westbound at Morrison Road, Colorado 8. A crash has slow traffic back from Quincy. We're seeing a 5-minute delay. I-25 north and southbound, slowly returning to highway speeds after a busy morning. Heading all the way east through Aurora, Parker Road northbound, stop-and-go traffic through ongoing roadwork between Bellevue and Quincy. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 79 today, nice and warm, overnight low of 40. Tomorrow, cloudy again with a high of 70, and we're expecting scattered thunderstorms this weekend. The current temperature in Denver is 77 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phones, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance. And even cover your furry friends with pet health insurance. Visit Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Okay, let's talk about health. So many people, they do their organics and they do the exercise, or they, look, they're into health. Yet they get anyone to clean their carpets. I am so sick and tired of this. Zero Res is the only carpet cleaner with absolute zero contaminants. I don't care who says they're green. No one's green. Zero Res is green. Zero Res will clean your carpets. And not only is it healthy for your kids and pets and your indoor air and you, it's also the best cleaning system because they use the best cleaning agent in all of nature. And that is water that is super purified and soft and carries away pathogens and allergens and dirt and grime and doesn't leave behind any residue. Right now, you get 3 rooms starting at like $119 plus $75 off duct cleaning. You will not do better than ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. The only people I have in my home, 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com.
Wow. It was awesome.
Thanks, man.
Did you know you have 4 minutes, Tom?
Oh, thank you. But
are
I don't have
so
any cream, so go first world problem again.
I don't think you
No
can
cream.
make any in 4 minutes.
I don't know what the hell happened with this caller. Hey, Shannon, I'm going to call you.
Yes, sir.
I just want to see if it works. Hold on. Let me just.
Understood.
I got to get your number out of here, damn it. Let me see. Shannon.
It's kind of blocked.
Shannon, there. Okay, I got you. Shannon Scott, right? Okay.
That's me.
All right, I'm calling you. Well, come on, man. It didn't ring. It says we will not talk to him. No, it doesn't.
I understand that you got the block.
Hold on. Shit. Okay, it should be ringing.
Hello, how may I help you?
Do you hear me through the phone?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I think we're figuring out it's a brewer problem. It's a guy that sniffs paint and makes beers problem. Isn't he a painter as well? Or is that a different Steve?
No, that's a Steve the painter.
Oh,
That's
Steve the
different.
painter. Not Steve the drinker. Although I do love what he does with CNS. I don't care about the beer, but I do love the Speedway.
Check this out.
Isn't that what Mark would always say before live? Check this out.
Yeah, he does. A lot.
Is Mark on?
No, it's
Just
the
doing us-
Rockies game.
Nope, Rockies, we can't use him. That was just a spot.
Oh.
And you heard me doing a mark. Check this out.
Oh, my God, it was good.
Thank you. That's all I got. Tom, let me tell you about my Tesla. It's not. I lose it.
No, here's how he starts. Listen, ready? I disagree.
Oh, for God's sake.
I love him.
Here, it really is something. He accidentally was. Okay, I don't think any of this is. He started texting me yesterday about his daughter's graduation or whatever, from whatever class she's graduating. I was like, well, that's impressive. I'm proud of what you've done with both of your kids. And after a few exchanges, he goes, who is this? I'm like, well, Shannon, what are you doing? He goes, I thought I was texting with Marco Bendinelli. I'm like, God, you are insufferable, dude. He's trying to get his daughter a job with Marco, and he's texting me, dumbass.
You know, I'm just thinking that Katie, I don't know. What do you think? None of us really know if we didn't have a kid with special needs.
Racist! Here she is.
Now, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Now, Katie, I want to sum up this call. Then I have Jeff, who has a solar issue. I have Brad about this tax refund thing. Hey, Katie, I want to ask you something. When you were on that Zoom call and you heard the teacher say, what exactly did the teacher say to your autistic son that you said put him into a tizzy of nightmares and all kinds of trauma? What did she exactly say?
She said verbatim, what would you think if I showed up to your house, took you to the hood, and showed you what the hood was really like?
Okay, now, what brought that up?
Because he didn't know what Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was.
Okay, now.
She was mocking him.
Now, here, I don't think so. I think, Katie, could you possibly be overly sensitive here?
No, I think I'm very rational, and am I passionate about protecting my son after everything he's
Yeah,
been
but here's
through?
what I want to know. Did your son see you react to what she said and then it gave him trauma? Or did he react on his own?
No. He reacted on his own.
How could anyone feel that is threatening?
Well,
I don't know.
it's
Listen,
the way
Katie,
that she's-
Katie, I'm gonna tell you something. I hold on. Just hold on. I'm gonna refer you to someone.
Do you have a remote?
Okay, Kachina, I don't know what to do. I mean, really, I don't know what to, we can't call the school. There's nothing we can do on this one. I just don't know what to do about it.
Well, they won't. I mean,
No, we can't. There's nothing we can do. We need to tell Katie, I mean, if she can't find an attorney to take the case, there's nothing we can do about it. She can try legal aid, but I'm beside myself on, I have a feeling this woman is not going to be satisfied. But I might be totally inaccurate.
All right.
well, do you want to put a deputy on it? I mean, it deserves a little bit of a deeper dive.
I don't know. Yeah, well, here's the thing, though. I don't think they'll talk to us. But they can. I don't know. Will they talk to us?
Well, I mean, the least she has some other legal things that she has done. Like there was a case dismissed that she had in court.
So she actually did sue and it was dismissed?
Yeah, because she didn't know about it.
Oh, man.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
We need to find an attorney that will come on the air, not to represent her, but talk about what to do in cases like this. So let's try to get the name. Let's put a deputy on finding an attorney that fights for these things, IEPs and all of that.
All right.
He can speak English in full sentences without stammering.
Well, Tom does. Yes.
Ooh, Taco Bell. What's the deal? Don't leave me hanging. I'm curious.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, what is your name, sir? Last. Okay, and what is the best number to reach you?
7.
All she does is
All right, I will go ahead and tell Tom, okay?
of cute dogs they run into. That's
Okay,
all she
thank
does.
you.
I swear.
Okay, bye.
You think I'm kidding? Hold on.
RCS was who? Oh, yes, I did. See? I failed.
Hey, Tom?
He's busy.
Housekeeping.
We have had our whole
Really?
lives. This is one of our first.
Build your own craving box.
He doesn't
And
have
I'll
his
tell you
headphones
why.
on anyway,
You
so.
both had dogs for so long,
Which
and
is
then when we
usually
get,
Which is an appetizer.
I say I want to get one. I want to get one. We love
Give me
it.
that 12 taco box.
A lot of times I do the dozen. I definitely.
Then she'll say this on the snow. Okay, Tom. Who will
I've
be
done it
walking
before.
your dog right
And I can do it straight.
day or something?
And then,
And I will tell you the truth. I have gotten a
Stretch
little
a little bit.
Yeah.
having one.
Yeah.
I love dogs.
All right, let's go.
Okay, Katie, we're not really sure how we can help because none of the deputies we have or anything like that are lawyers. And they won't talk to, I mean, we won't be able to get any information out of them because of,
I want it, but I don't. I want to
you
be
know,
able to
like-
turn it off.
they just won't talk to us. But Tom suggests maybe going and whoever you talk to, that other lawyer, tell them the story, including
So,
how the
here's
case
the
was
thing.
dismissed. And if you still can't find anybody, give us a call back. But I think our hands are pretty tight on this one, in the lieu of the fact that we don't have a deputy that's a lawyer, and we don't really have a lawyer that does issues like that. But we do have a family practice that I can refer you to. And if you let them know that you are on our show, they might be willing to give you a little bit of free advice or free help. So do you want that number? Okay, it's called Harris Family Law. And their phone number is 303 515 5000. And like I said, just tell them that you are on our show and give them all of the information that you have. And since they are actually lawyers, they might be able to steer you in the right direction. Okay? All right, good luck to you. Bye. That was a very sad call.
I don't want to hear about it.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Troubleshooter Show. Oh, okay. Michael Brown does not take phone calls. Michael Brown is on the air from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. each day. He does have email and a text line that you can text in. Email is Michael Brown, all one word, at iHeartMedia.com. Yep, iHeartMedia.com. Yeah, so are you familiar with texting? Yeah, okay, so you text
10 seconds here, Tom.
Site green. That's green. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by the best guy I know in the world, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. If you need a market valuation for your home and an analysis on what it will sell for, he'll give you one complimentary to let you know where you stand in the market. And really and truly, there's no hooks, no tricks. He's an expert. He'll let you know what it will sell for, what you'll net, what you can find for the, if you want to downsize, upsize, sideways size, whatever it is. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. All right, we have a solar issue with Jeff. Jeff, let's talk to you. And then we have Brooke here with us. Let me get to the wide shot. Oh, we're on the wide shot, aren't we? Brooke is with RedRocksRS.com, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. And really, we had this problem come up. And I sent Brooke to you because I wanted to get the lowdown. And I'm going to summarize Jeff's problem. Jeff, you there, sir? Jeff?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. So Jeff had a small solar system, and it was working, right? Was it working? Yeah. Okay, so Brooke, it was working. But he was, I've never heard of this before, but he was kind of undersold a solar system. It was small. At the time, you gave me a reason for that, Jeff. Why did you buy such a small system?
Well, because they said they couldn't, because the way our roof is shaped and built, they said due to fire code, they couldn't put panels on the other parts of the roof because their panels were too big to fit on that side on the other parts of the roof, to be in code. So
and this wasn't Sunrun, was it? Mm-mm. No, this was someone else. Okay.
Ion.
So hold on, I want to know something. First and foremost, Brooke, was he told the truth about that? He couldn't put on more panels or what?
There's no way that's the truth because he's going from 6 panels to the second system.
Why wouldn't they want to sell them as much as they could? That's the part I don't understand. It doesn't seem to me, why would someone do that? Why wouldn't they sell him the biggest system they could? He was willing to buy it.
It just depends on the sales rep that they were working with and the experience that specific person has. It's oftentimes that people get sold undersized systems and told that they're going to produce at a higher level because there's no production guarantee written into contracts. So the company's not out anything if they sell a system at 50% offset that really is only going to handle, say, 20% of their power needs or anything else like that.
You wouldn't believe how many Jeffs I have with solar problems. This wasn't Sopris either, right?
No, this was Ion for
the... Okay, I'm looking for the other one. Okay, man, it's amazing how many I have. So anyway, So on this particular problem, another company, did they knock on your door? Did you call them and say, I want to increase the size of the system?
They came to our door.
And you thought what? Did you like the system you had and you thought, well, I'll even do better with a bigger system?
Yeah, I was happy. I was like, okay, if I can make more and offset my,
sure,
Excel bill or core bill, yeah, why not?
Okay, so you had a good experience. You thought, I'll just expand the system. And then they said they could expand it. And did you pay them anything?
No, we did not pay them anything. We made 2 payments to the finance company, and then
now the finance company, that's where it gets complicated. So you did take a loan out on this?
Yes.
How much?
I think it's $26,000.
Now, Brooke, if he took out a $26,000 loan for a solar system, that company got paid, didn't they?
They did.
So what happened why didn't they install the system?
So the loan went into effect because the company that installed it said that it was installed, and they sent them photos. So they said, okay, we see the photos.
The company lied.
No, they installed it, but they didn't install it properly.
Okay, so they got paid.
Yep. And then they couldn't activate it. So then the clawback would have occurred. But this specific company went bankrupt. Now it's been over a year since anybody's touched any aspect of the project.
So he did get all the equipment, though?
That was in the contract. His system was supposed to be DC. They tied into his old system, which is AC, which is why his old system won't work.
Why would you want a DC system? Is that what they're doing?
DC systems are better.
Okay.
There's a long reason why, but it's
and then
not.
And then what do? You convert it before you bring it into the house to AC?
Exactly.
Okay. So here's the deal. Right now, the bottom line is this. He has a company that went out of business. He has equipment he can't use. And they even screwed up his old system. So now he has nothing.
Yep.
He has nothing because of these clowns.
Yep.
And these clowns are now out of business.
Yes.
And you have a loan now for how much? Yeah.
$26,000.
Yeah. So what happens? I thought, and I've been researching it and I can't find it, but I thought if you had a loan for solar and the solar company goes belly up, you don't have to pay if they don't complete the system.
I think that that's true, but the finance company isn't allowing him to get out of it. Is that correct,
Well, that's
Jeff?
Yes.
What are they saying?
Well, they're like, well, we hired this new contractor. We're on our 3rd contract.
Oh, hold on. That's a whole different story. So they are trying to work with you.
No, because nobody's touched the system in over a year.
Yeah, they keep saying, oh, no, your new contractor is, first it was...
Why won't they let Brooke do it? Did you tell them about Red Rocks?
I told them about him, and they said, the finance guy was like, well, it's very difficult to go ahead and to switch to get a different contractor. I was like, but so you're telling me you can, it's just difficult. And then he changed the subject and rattled off some other stuff.
But they're not pursuing collection, are they?
No, they froze our payments. They tried to, start payment up again, and I call them like, hey, our system's not even activated, so I can't. Like, oh, yeah, we do see that, so yeah, we'll go ahead and keep your payments froze. So I made the first 2 initial payments when, it was supposed to be activated or whatever, and then this whole debacle happened, so then
all right,
they froze the payment.
Here's what I think we should do then. We should have one of our people call the lender and say, look, this is a debacle. And you dealt with these people. They're the ones, they referred the lender. They were working together, let's face it. And we want another company to finish it that we know will do it. And I think, I don't know, I really believe that you need to, I don't know, I can't find anywhere on the internet where they have a legal obligation to stop that. Did this loan make any reference to a solar system, your loan agreement?
It's through Everbright Solar, so this finance company only does solar.
Okay. And did they take a second on your house?
No.
That's good. Are you sure of that?
I'm pretty sure of it.
You didn't do a second deed of trust? Have you done an O&E on your property, a search to see if there's a loan on there?
No, I have not.
Will you do that for me?
Looked at.
Will you do that and let me know? Hey, Kachina, we need to give this to one of our deputies. It doesn't have to be someone today, but we need to do it. In other words, I know some of our deputies are indisposed today, but we really do need to get this this deal going.
I've got Doc available.
Yeah, but I mean good, but I mean I don't want to overburden him if he's there just because he happens to be there today. What I'm saying is this. I am saying that what we really need to do is get someone to call the finance company and see if we can transfer responsibility to Red Rocks, because he has not seen a contractor in more than a year.
Sounds more like a dollar issue.
Yeah, it could be. So why don't you figure that out? Let me know who, and then we'll continue this. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALKS, 713-8255. Dan McKenzie is an estate planning attorney, and everyone needs one for a will, maybe a trust, or how about this? He has some clever ideas for LLCs to own things that pass through the estate, much like a low-cost trust, but in some areas even more flexible. He has some really good ideas. Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law, 833-CO-PLANS. 833-CO-PLANS.
You know, we're so fortunate in this country to have a military that is 100% volunteer. Now, that's why Pure Talk proudly supports America's Warrior Partnership and their mission to prevent veteran suicide. If you make the switch on your cell phone, well, guess what? You're going to get Pure Talk's 5G network, unlimited talk and text, $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword "save now" for superior cell phone service, half the price of the big carriers, and you also help a vet in need.
So then what you're saying is that if Jeff...
All right, if you are looking for a way to save money on AC, air conditioning, and you want to keep your house comfortable, forget swamp coolers, they suck. I'm going to tell you that QCColorado.com is the answer for fresh, clean, wonderful air, and lowers your AC. And I speak from experience because I have this system in my home. It took about 2 hours to install, or a little less. And it's remote mounted in the attic. That's why it's quiet, cool. You don't hear it. And then it's remote controlled. And it keeps your house fantastically cool and level. That's the important thing. So your air conditioner isn't overworking. In fact, I've saved on some months 90% on my AC. You can leave it running at a low speed all day, or you can put it on in the morning and in the evening and just cool your house down when you get home. You don't have to leave air on all day. And it cools it down within 10 minutes, and then your air works less. There's all kinds of ways to use it. The important thing is you have to have it to use it. QCColorado.com. And I'm telling you, you will thank me for it. QC Colorado, 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419. Simply Floors, Inc. You're going to thank me for them, too, because I know Buddy and Karen Mitchell, and I know their salespeople and their installers. They can come to you, or you can go to them. Start out at Simply Floors, Inc. to find out more, simplyfloorsinc.com. And what will happen is this. If you go there, they have a vast selection of hardwoods and veneers and laminates and carpets and luxury vinyl planking, or they can take what you're interested in to your house and make suggestions even. Here's what you want to do. You want to deal with them because they are great for sales, installation, and service and warranty. simplyfloorsinc.com. Now, real estate. We all get involved in real estate. It used to be you got involved in real estate once in your life. Now people are doing it every 3-4 years. Even rentals, they get involved even more than that because their primary residence, their rentals, whatever, investment property. You need an attorney to look over docs. You need an attorney to check the financing. You need an attorney to help you with conflicts with neighbors or easements or eminent domain or adverse possession, whatever it is, real estate. maybe even squatters, whatever it is, O'Brien Legal Services is set up specifically for real estate. That's Brad O'Brien and his team. O'Brien Legal Services. OLSlaw.com. 720-370-7388.
You're right. Being like May, almost the middle of the year, there are a lot of these weight loss commercials.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah?
I just got a really strange call.
Yeah?
From a gentleman at Centennial Airport who's going through an audit of arrivals and departures. And
Yeah.
he had your helicopter number. And there's some missing paperwork that he wants to talk to you about. I'm texting you his number.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. He had your helicopter number
Missing paperwork.
and a signature as well.
Yeah, text me his number. I have no idea what that is.
Well, he had your helicopter number, and also it was a, he had all of our information, which is why he called the troubleshooter line.
Okay. Is he? Did he say he was from the airport?
Yeah, Centennial Airport. He's doing an audit of all aircrafts that go in and out.
Well, he's not from the airport because they have all my information. So, but it's okay. I'll find out.
Okay.
Sounds like a scam.
Well, see, I was wondering about that, but he had your helicopter.
Yeah, but
number.
anybody can simply look at my
Really?
my number and they can go online in an instant and get all that information in an instant. Any aircraft, you look at the end number, like when Taylor Swift's aircraft was here, I did it. I wanted to know which one was hers. Of course, so you send the end number and there it is, the ownership.
Interesting.
Along with phone numbers and everything. But he identified himself as with Centennial Airport.
Correct.
Okay. That's interesting.
Seemed like a very affable guy.
Oh, no. I mean, who knows what it is? It's just that the airport has in other words, they have all my information. They have my email. They have everything. And I never hear from them. So, anyway.
Ten seconds here, Tom.
From the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Brad, what's going on with your taxes? Hello, Brad. Welcome to the show. By the way, people, we're going through calls pretty quickly. If you want to call in, you can also call 303-MARTINO now and whenever, 303-627-8466. So, Brad, what's going on with taxes, man?
Yes, we submitted our tax return on January 21st. And we received our state return refund in a couple weeks, just normal with the direct deposit. But the federal tax return has been held for, this is going on 4 months now.
Is it suspicion of fraud?
No, it doesn't say that. It says it's verify one or more of the following: income tax withholding, tax credits, or business income. And we only have two of those things. Income and income tax withholding.
And you answered them right away, right?
There was nothing to answer. We just got a letter in the mail that said, wait 60 more days and we'll contact you, hopefully. So that's where we're at now. They sent us a letter 60 days after we filed, and then now we're past the 60 more days.
So
No
it's
contact.
4 months. So you filed January, February, March, April, May. So right, I got you here. So now you're right at the mark. Well, you're right on the money. I mean, but when they say 60 days, they don't necessarily mean right on the money.
I
60.
know, yeah.
But this is not an unusual thing when they flag something, and unfortunately, it can take 6 months to a year.
Oh, wow.
It depends on the issue. If they suspect. Now, did you have a complicated return?
Oh, no, we have a real easy return. All we have is Social Security benefits.
I don't get it then. I just don't get it.
Part-time job.
Unless it was a random thing. Did you, on the notice, was there a name there?
No, there's no names, just our name. I mean,
But you have a case number, right?
Yes.
It's not necessarily a case number, but a statement number or a letter, just to identify it. Have you called back recently with that case number?
Oh, see, that's the main problem. You go on to where's my refund, and it always says it's processing. Then you try to call the 1-800-1040 number. Nobody ever answers that phone number. So that's mainly where we're frustrated, that we can't get contact anyone.
How much do you have coming?
8,000.
Holy crap!
That's because we took 10%. This is the first time we've ever been on Social Security, and so we just didn't want to fall short. So we took out 10% on all of our income. We took 10% out of every one of them.
So you took 10% out of all your income, dividends, everything.
Right.
Wow. And you prepaid your taxes, and you had 8,000 coming back.
Yes, well, it's just prepaid, like Social Security. They take out 10%.
Yeah, but how did you get them to take out 10%? Is what I'm asking. Like you said from your income, more than just Social Security, right?
Well, I have a part-time job. They take 10% out for that.
They don't normally take percentages. They normally take deductions, but I don't. So anyway, that's what confused. But in any case, the bottom line is you withheld more than you had to pay. I get it.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the bottom line, yeah.
In a crazy way, that could be what's screwing you up.
It might be. That's just the question we had.
Let me ask you something, because I know how they think. Was this refund way more than previous years?
Oh, 2,000, yeah. We usually get like 1,500.
That's
2,000.
why. See, any kind of anomaly kicks out your return. So if you suddenly have a drop in income, or if you suddenly have way more of a refund, or if you suddenly have way more deductions, anything like that will at least kick it out. Right now, I know you don't want to hear this, but you're right at the mark. They said they would contact you. And I know for sure you're going to have to wait, no matter what. We do have some tax resolution people we work with from time to time. But to be honest with you, you don't need it right now. You don't have anything to really resolve. And I don't know if this makes you feel better, but we get this call all the time about delayed returns. And people have waited up to 6 months and sometimes 7 and 8 months for things to be resolved.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Yeah. Well, next time we're not taking any out, so it'll even out, I guess.
No, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, that you put it in your bank and then write a check. Yeah, exactly. That's truly the way to do it. We got more coming right up. Shannon, did I take the 15?
This is Denver's.
So you're on the 30 right now.
Brown in the morning.
Okay, good. I did take 15, right, Dragon?
Correct.
Okay, I wasn't sure. That's why I panicked.
I don't know who you are right now.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Major slowdowns continue on the north end of town. I-25 southbound approaching 104th. A crash blocking 2 right lanes has stop and go back from Northwest Parkway. We're seeing about 50 minutes of delays for folks heading into the Denver Metro from the north end. It's otherwise a fairly calm and standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. Southeast of there through Commerce City, I-270 westbound, some usual stop and go between Northfield and Vasquez. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, another warm one out there today, high 79, overnight low of 40. Cloudy tomorrow as well with a high of 70, and we're seeing scattered thunderstorms Saturday and Sunday. The current temperature in Denver is 78 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. Copyright 2024.
All right, and it's time to tell you about getting your bathroom done for a discount. I love those words put together, discountbath.com. A company that says, look, beautiful bathrooms don't have to cost a lot. We can do it on a budget, and we'll prove it to you with a visit. Give them a call. Talk to them. They have remodels at discount prices, a lifetime warranties on solid shower wall systems. They have a bathroom complete or tub to shower conversions. They have whatever you need, even hall bathrooms, partial bathrooms. And all that tear out and haul away is free during this special. What I mean by that is up to a $3,000 value, man. I mean, when you talk about taking all that debris out and away. Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322. Discountbath.com. .com 720-979-2322. Made in the Shade is for your window coverings all in one stop. They come and look at your place, measure, and a design consultant helps you to pick out some stuff to fit your budget that looks beautiful. If you decide to move forward, all of that's no obligation. If you decide to move forward, they then order and deliver and have their installers put it up. No do-it-yourself crap, not when it comes to this. This is too complicated nowadays with all the kinds of windows we have. And Made in the Shade will make it Made in the Shade. DenverShades.co for more information. That's the website. It's .co now. DenverShades.co. Okay.
Done right spot. Hymns spot coming up next. Following that hymn spot, done right.
Okay. That makes complete and total sense. Kind of like when they insert a live spot before Ryan's show even starts.
Yeah. In fairness, they're selling the hour.
I get it, but
So.
common sense would say.
Yeah. No. The show has not started
The show
yet.
has not started.
But yeah, there are
I may not
spots
want
until
to
the 5.
sell that hour
Yeah.
because it eventually gets moved anyway. I mean, we've been moving it all week. I shouldn't say we. Jeff's been moving it all week.
Sorry, that's my habit when I'm thinking.
What did you do?
Just crack my knuckles. I just cracked them all.
Yeah. They used to say that's bad for you, but it's not. It's actually not bad at all. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yep, not bad. In fact, some people say it's good.
To be honest with you,
Yep.
I don't even think I could stop. It's like my nicotine drive or something. Like I'm so addicted to it now, and I just do it subconsciously.
I do it, but mine are so quiet compared to yours.
Yeah. Might have a couple injuries involved from volleyball.
Oh. You just did all the girl things, didn't you? You did everything, 4-H, and you did your volleyball. What else did you do? Were you a Girl Scout?
No, I actually don't even know if there were Girl Scouts in my town. I only had 900 people in my town. So it was pretty low. But yeah, I did all the sports. So track, volleyball, basketball, softball. Nothing exciting. What about you? You're a sports star? An athlete?
No, not at all. I mean, I don't have anything against it, but I never did. Never. I was always into the intellectual pursuits. True story.
10 seconds, Tom.
Bell Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station.
Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so let's talk to Kelsey. We do get a lot of complaints about Wyatt's towing. Now, I'm going to be fair here. I'm going to tell you that a lot of those have come after Wyatt's got into trouble with the state. And oddly enough, most of the complaints we get were not about that. In other words, they feel like Wyatt's must have just done automatically something illegal because Wyatt's gotten such big trouble with the state. And in the cases we've handled thus far, we haven't found Wyatt's doing that, but maybe this time, Kelsey, what's going on?
Hi. So on May 17th in Northland, there was a food truck carnival, and it was near Boondocks. Many people parked in Boondocks parking lot. There were no signs about towing or anything like that. So we parked there, and when we got back a few hours later, my boyfriend's car was gone. We went into Boondocks and asked them if they called somebody, and they said that they had Wyatt's Towing on their property. So Wyatt's Towing was sitting in the parking lot waiting for people to park there and watch them walk somewhere else so they can tow the car.
And they're allowed to do that, Kelsey. As crazy as that sounds, they're kind of allowed to do that.
That's so crazy. Okay.
But hold on. But you said something. There has to be a sign, a warning sign. There has to be. If there's not, then you can get every dime back.
Right, and we didn't see any sign.
No, I didn't ask that part. That's not the part. The part is, was it reasonably signed? Now, the bigger the parking lot, the more signs they need. But if you say there were no signs, then you're going to get your money back. So, did you go back to look?
Yeah, so I did go back to look, and there was a no event parking sign that I took a picture of. But across the street...
Well, hold on. It's got to be more than that. If it said no event parking, did it say violators will be towed?
No. It just had a little tiny tow truck and a car being pulled, but it was tiny on the bottom of that. Whereas the parking lot across the street at the church had a Wyatt Towing sign.
Is that the only sign in that entire Boondocks parking lot? Just one little sign?
Yes. Because I took a picture of it.
Well, I understand that, but are there some you didn't take a picture of?
I didn't see any because my boyfriend also looked.
Okay, so what happened then? Go ahead. So what happened? Because here's why, okay? Kelsey, they don't have to say anything except they have to have those signs up. And even if everybody's doing it and not everybody gets towed, these are things we hear all the time. None of those are going to work. The only thing that's going to work for you, the only thing, is Number one, what were you warned? Were there signs? If not, it's a slam dunk. You take him to small claims court, you'll get every dime back. How much did it cost you?
So they charged us. I called them, and they said there was a hook fee of $239, a storage fee of $46 per every 24 hours, and an after-hours release fee of $101.
Yep, that's all in line. That's all in. So how much was it total?
So in total, when we got it back, it was $531 because they charged us again for the $46 for storage, even though it was there for less than 24 hours.
Wait a minute. Well, hold on. So the entire time was less than 24?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter because you're going to get it all back, every dime. I mean, because you say there's no signs. And that sign that you mentioned, that one sign that said no event parking, how big was that sign?
It was like a decent amount. Like, it was pretty big, but it wasn't like, it was just on a cone. Like, it was a cone, and then it was like.
Well, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. But where, see, hold on. There's certain things that has to have. In other words, what I'm thinking is they didn't have enough. But you would have to, here's what you have to do. You have to take it to small claims court to get the money back, which is not a big deal, by the way. It really isn't. But did you got to really be sure there's no sign. Because I'm just going to tell you something. I know Boondocks has signs. The one I go to does. So I don't understand when you say there's no signs. Which one is this? Where is it?
In North Glen.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you say there was only one sign, no event parking, and if that's not there, there were no other signs.
Correct. Because when they even told me that was the only sign. They said there was a big white sign, and that's the one I took a picture of.
So is this Boondocks alone as Boondocks, or is it a big plaza?
It's just Boondocks alone.
And they do nothing, so anyone can park there at any time.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, I didn't know that. So they allow, so I wonder if people with RTD going to work park there. I just wonder, because what you're telling me is that they have no parking control whatsoever except during an event. And listen, I'm not saying I don't believe it, but it would be the only Boondocks I know of that doesn't have it. I mean, it's remarkable to me that they have this giant facility and don't have a problem with parking. So I'm wondering if anybody could help us out. But here's the great part about this. You're going to win, and you're going to get your money back. And both Boondocks and Wyatt's are responsible to you, both of them. And they both have registered agents. And it's easy. You go online, you fill out the form, and then you have them served. And they will pay you because they can't tow you without the proper signage. And that one sign, unless it had more, if it just had a little picture on there, it's not going to work. So I think that you're in the driver's seat. In fact, I know you are. And again, This is truly, I'm looking right now at the parking lot. I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at it from from Google, and I want to see if I can get down on ground level here, because it just doesn't, I can't see from here, but I don't see any obvious signs from this. And did you walk around the whole parking lot on the entrances?
Yeah.
Wow. That is amazing to me. Well, then you can get your money back. That ought to be good news for you. I mean, really, you will. There's no way on this big parking lot, and frankly, I don't see any from this bird's eye view. I don't see any at all. Now, there might be some I'm not looking at here, but I'm looking, and I don't see any. And I don't, let's see, at the beginning here, I don't know, man. I wish someone could drive by North Glen Boondocks and let us know, because I can't see any signs in any of the parking lot here. I don't see any signs at all. And if that's the case, they done screwed up.
Yeah.
Do you know? So if you listen, here's the deal. If we call them, they're going to tell us that there were signs. That's what they're going to tell. In fact, you know what? Why don't we call Boondocks in North Glen? Just have someone call right now, Kachina, and ask them if they have no parking signs except for customers, whatever. Because I don't see any. I don't know why I can't get that man down there. You know how they do that on Google? I can't get it, but
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to look from a walking around point of view. Are you far from there?
Yeah. Well, I live in Greeley.
Oh, never mind. Listen, I know it sounds like a pain in the ass. First, we're going to call them for you, okay? Then what we're going to do is we're going to let you know what we find out, what they tell us. But I just have a feeling that there probably are signs, because I can't believe that a big corporate place like this wouldn't have them. But go online right now. You got to sue them where they're located, right there. And you name Wyatt's as one of them. And they'll write you a check. I mean, they will. They'll write you a check. Get the information though, Kachina, and see if somebody can call up there and ask them if there are any kind of signs on their parking lot threatening to tow if people park there. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
I just don't see
This
it.
report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Major slowdowns continue on the north end of town. I-25 southbound approaching 104th. A crash blocking 2 right lanes has stop and go back to Northwest Parkway. We're seeing about 50 minutes of delays for folks heading into the Denver Metro from the north end. It's otherwise a fairly calm and standard drive throughout the Denver Metro. Southeast of there through Commerce City, I-270 westbound, some usual stop and go between Northfield and Vasquez. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, another warm one out there today, high 79, overnight low of 40. Cloudy tomorrow as well with a high of 70, and we're seeing scattered thunderstorms Saturday and Sunday. The current temperature in Denver is 78 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. Copyright 2024.
Grossman Wellness is a place that I go to, and I urge that you go if you want ultimate health, I call it. It's a concierge practice, and what that means is you get blood work every 3 months, you get your prescriptions, you get your supplements all included in a monthly payment. That's not a lot of money. I mean, it's a few $100 to be real, and it's just being proactive about health. Concierge medicine, grossmanwellness.com for $249. You can get started with blood work with no obligation. Just $249, blood work and consultation, grossmanwellness.com. Hey, EuroPlumbingColorado.net says they will give you the ultimate experience when it comes to plumbing with saving money. Water heaters at just $12.99. Or $13.99. And then $14.99 for a 50-gallon. But even $13.99, no one can touch that price. And then they say they'll do garbage disposals and toilet repairs or anything plumbing at major savings. And what they do is they challenge you to put them to the test. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. 303-668-6844. SheridanAutotech.com. Everything you want in an auto repair facility. Sheridan has honesty, integrity, longevity, and then, of course, skill and value. They do heavy and light repairs. They do electrical issues and pre-buy inspections for used cars. So that's a great thing to do, by the way. Sheridan Autotech, a company you can trust for your auto repairs. And they're on Colfax, west of Wadsworth, 303-455-7242.
suppose I can go eat my lunch now, since I have to help. Who's on his own board again today?
Huh? What? I didn't do anything. What?
Yeah, Ryan's on his own board today again, so
Oh.
gotta help him out.
Did you ever get a number for Gearhead? Is he taking cases or?
She stepped out. I'll
Oh,
have
never
her
mind.
when she
Okay,
comes back.
good. All right, never mind. Mm-hmm.
Thomas wanted to know if you got any number for Gearhead.
Yeah. Does he need it?
Solar panels.
Tom, do you need it?
What's that? No, I just wanted to know if you ever contacted him about that.
Yeah,
other...
and he called the guy and helped him out, and
Oh,
they're
excellent.
kind of working with each other.
Excellent.
Hey, are you coming in tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that Boondocks? You son of a bitch. I want to go over to Boondocks. I can't get in their parking lot. Boondocks, North Glen. I don't see shit.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Uh-huh.
10 seconds.
Middle school student in Fort Collins and is joining forces with former state senator Kevin Lundberg on Colorado ballot initiatives to ban biological boys in girls sports. Tune in at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So I'm down on Google Maps or whatever maps I'm on here, and I'm on Street View, and there's no obvious signs that I see, but who knows? Hey, Jesse, you have a comment on Kelsey's towing issue. Are you you're identifying yourself as an attorney, Jesse?
Yeah, Tom, love your show. Thank you so much for being there for us all the time. I'm a lawyer, but I'm a divorce lawyer, and so anything I'm about to say will just be my opinion.
All right.
Not necessarily good legal advice, but to me it is.
Yeah.
Because we're not supposed to practice outside of our area of expertise.
Yeah.
But I would say that calling Boondocks and talking to them to ask them about whether there are signs up could potentially tip them off. I don't know if maybe one of their employees...
Do you think they would run out and put up signs?
Yeah, they have it on a cone, so I just don't trust anybody as far as I can throw them.
Yeah.
Especially somebody who's going to engage why it's to do this kind of predatory towing, although I understand it's their perfect right to do that. Thing number 2 is I would advise the gal to go out there as soon as possible and take a video, walk around the whole place and take a video so that she has something to show to the court by way of evidence that there really is no sign up except for that little one that she saw.
Yeah. It would shock me if there were no signs because every time we've gotten a claim like this and we've gone out there, we've seen sign after sign after sign. But who knows? I mean, I can't see any obvious signage with the Google Maps, and then I went on Street View, and there's nothing obvious. Usually, you can see at least a straight pole and a square or rectangle, and you would assume there's somewhat of a sign. But I could see nothing. Have you ever been towed, Jesse?
Oh yeah.
I've never been towed because I will not take that chance. I'm telling you, I purposely look for signs. I do.
Well, you need I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, after that experience, it was in New Orleans, and this was just before I thought the predatory towing thing was starting up some years ago.
Yeah.
And I wasn't careful about the signage, and now I will never, ever park in the lot of a plaza, for example, without carefully checking for signs. And even then, I don't want to park there, even if it's legit. It makes me nervous.
No, it makes me nervous too. And the ones that say like they're not clear either, I don't say, well, it's their problem, because I'm going to have to be the one to hassle getting my car and paying the bill.
And paying all that money. The bill is usually hundreds of dollars.
And then you got to fight them.
This gal.
And then you may win. You may win, but you got to fight them. And this thing about Wyatt's, this whole Wyatt's thing has increased our calls about towing because they assume that if Wyatt's did it, it's illegal. Now Wyatt's, they were doing some stuff that was pretty shady, but they were not normal tows like this. They were totally different. But in any case, thanks for calling, Jesse. Appreciate you listening, and I'll bet you your business is booming. Right? Yeah. Anyway, 303-713-TALK is our studio number. Our Martino number is 303-MARTINO. 303-627-8466. Okay, I have a question. Where was it? I had a question for, yeah, here it is. Okay, for the Red Rock lady. The Red Rock lady. Assuming I'm correct, the place where I want to put a solar panels gets almost all day sunlight, including southern exposure with no trees or anything in the way. Can the panels be mounted on the side of the house instead of on the roof?
Yeah, they definitely can. You just have to work with a contractor willing to do that. And we do.
Why do you say willing to do that? What's wrong with that? Is it hard to mount them on the side?
You just have to do additional engineering documents to do it, and you have to work with somebody willing to do it. So most of the nationwide companies won't because it's outside of their normal scope.
But you'll do it?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so it's redrocksrs.com, and we have more coming up with her. And anything else you need to know about, give us a call.
Steve Powers.
Okay.
Now, let me see if I get this guy on. Let's see this guy. Where's this guy? Where is he? Okay.
Okay, I can go ahead and pass that along. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, take care.
I'm a wuss. I just realized I don't like coffee without cream.
Well, you should have told me that. I would have taken it black.
Oh, no, I'm not complaining about that. I ran out legitimate. That wouldn't have mattered that little bit.
Hi, Bailey. This is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show and calling regarding the inquiry you have. If you'd like to give us a call back and be on the show, we are at 303 Martino, which is 303-627-8466. Thanks so much. Yeah. Matter. What?
What's up? How's it going? Oh, sure. Yeah, no worries. Pretty much he just needs to make sure. Yeah? I mean, this is fine to go over here. Just don't, like, no phone numbers or anything. So pretty much all he has to do is sign a contract with the guy, and they'll be an equity partner. So instead of selling it to them, there's an equity partnership contract so that the business credit, the tax credits, easily transfer over to the gentleman, and then the gentleman writes Jim a check. And within that contract, that's how that works. And that's the easiest way to do it, and that's what the state approves. Yeah, so he just needs to make sure that he has a contract, and it just has to be that the equity partner has a share in the solar system, and only the solar system for the installation of said solar system. So as soon as it's passed through final, those tax credits become real, and then he can do whatever he wants to. Yeah, isn't that cool? Well, I sent Catherine an email about it, so she hasn't responded back, but I told her I would call her this afternoon. Yeah, she sent me an email. She was like, oh, hey, I hear you're on the radio. That's cool. And then she's going out of pocket Friday through next Friday. So she said if we can't talk now, we can talk later.
Oh, they didn't cut it. I asked them to cut it. Damn it. Yeah. You want to hear a wild story, Tom?
10 seconds here, Tom.
Yeah.
Site. Check. That's check. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. What's going on? How can we help you? Let's talk. We have a guest today. We have Red Rocks Roof and Solar. I have Brooke White with me, and she's talking about solar. We were talking about it. We had a lot of other things come up. And one thing that comes up quite a bit, I just want to get it out there, about signs. Signs in parking lots. People always say this to us. We got told there were no signs. If that's true, then you should get your money back. There must be signs. Do temporary signs work? Well, yeah, they do. They do, if they're labeled properly. But they have to be labeled properly. So that is something we hear almost all the time when it comes to Wyatt's. And they just happen to be the biggest company, that's why we hear it. And another thing that we hear about, okay, often, and I don't want to pick on this woman because she really needs help, or one way or another she needs help. Parents with special needs children often complain about the IEPs, or the individual education plans. And what they say is that their children are being inadequately served. Now, IEPs are hard for a lot of parents to understand. They're individualized help and education in order to mainstream a student. Now, because a lot of people don't understand that, they think it's a special thing. It's like welfare. It's not, or social services. It's an education that is guaranteed to each and every child. And if you have disabilities, you shouldn't forego the education. In the case here, I got a lot of texts saying that the woman sounded like she was overly protective and sensitive, possibly causing a lot of the anxiety to her child. Again, we have a lot of amateur psychologists listening, but that was brought up. Another one, a guy had a Class C motorhome, a Jayco he bought from a dealer out of state, and it was rusted, the bottom, the underneath, the undercarriage, from, he said, mag chloride sitting there, not being properly cared for, washed, whatever. Is that a violation of any kind of law? He bought it brand spanking new, and it's rusting out. It is rusting. Now, it's not rotting, it's rusting. And he claims that was the problem with the ground to his power unit, and they had to replace the ground. And he noticed some other wires under there and things. And again, some people are saying all vehicles rust underneath. It's just surface rust. It's not going to do any harm. And he might be exaggerating. Other people say he should get a brand new unit. But that came up today, and that comes up a lot on new units. What is new? What should you be able to accept? What do you not accept? Now, the woman in the trailer park, this is important. She had a rental. She's been there 5 years. She said the landlord sucks. There's sewer backups, but that's the trailer park possibly. Then she has problems with mice. Whose problem is that? The trailer park or the landlord who owns the trailer? But in any case, she was worried about being moved out. Somebody reminded me of the just cause law, meaning they can't get rid of you for complaining about normal stuff, and they have to extend your lease. They can't just kick you out. So there are cases, I guess, where this older woman with a fixed income, no money, can at least have some breathing room to find out what to do. And the guy's not just going to kick her out for complaining. So, laws do have their place, right? Deputy Doc, I asked him to call up to Boondocks to see if there were any signs up there. I I don't think they'd out and out lie and say, yeah, we have signs if they don't, because people can drive by or just drive by and see. But, Doc, what did they say about that?
Well, I spoke to Kelsey and I spoke to the general manager at Boondocks, and he assured me that the signs were there, both that were required by Wyatt and additionally signs that were required by the city of North Glen. He claims that they were there all the time. Kelsey's boyfriend just drove up there, and he did acknowledge that the signs were there. Kelsey believes that the signs were not there 10 days ago, and I told her I think that's just not true. The guy's not going to lie about it.
Well, here's the thing. I doubt that because they towed their car that they're going to run out and put up signs just because of that.
Right. What I was going to say was that he said if they want to make a police report, he will provide the police with the video footage of the signs being present.
Yeah,
And
but he said signs being present. Were they temporary signs, or do they have permanent signs?
No. He said they've been there for quite a long time.
Okay.
So Kelsey's going to go to the police and get the video, but I told her she's basically chasing her tail. The guy is not going to lie about when the signs are put up.
So she claims they were just put up.
Right. And he stated very emphatically that the signs are there. If you want to go to the police and get the video of it, I will provide the cops with the video of the signs being there a long time. So if she calls back, I will follow up with it.
No, that's good. Okay. Because, obviously we hear this all the time. So it's not the first time, but they said there's definitely signs, plus there were extra signs, blah, blah, blah. We get it. Thank you very much. 303-713-TALK. Now, by the way, signs must be posted conspicuously, according to the law that I finally got, near each entrance and exit of near each entrance of the parking lot. It must have plain English, no pictures. Unauthorized vehicles will be towed. Now, they can put a picture on there in addition to that. They must also have a telephone number and the name of the towing company, and the telephone number, address, and name of the local police department. Each sign. So that's required. So the temporary sign wouldn't work. That's why I was concerned. So thank you for finding that out. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. So we do have a question. You said you can mount them on a wall. You can mount solar systems or solar panels on a roof, and you can put them out on the lot, right? You don't even have to have them on the house, right? I've seen them before. I know I've seen them. I can't tell you where right now, but where they mount them in the yard somewhere. Mm-hmm. And then you run the wire to the house.
Yeah.
Now, why do people do that? Is it because of special roof they don't want to dig into, or what?
It just depends. I mean, a ground mount is going to give you the best sun exposure at the best angle with the best tilt.
The ground
and all those
will.
things. Yeah.
Okay.
The ground mount will. I personally like building carports and putting them under carports, and it depends. If you have an apartment complex, for instance.
Putting them on carports?
Yeah, or building a carport to do so.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you have, say, for instance, a apartment complex or a long-term rental, then you have to put it on a structure that's not tied to somebody living in order to get the tax credits. So it really just depends on
what do you mean by that? No, so you have to, if you own a condo you're talking about?
Not if you yourself own the condo, but if you're renting out an apartment complex and it's a long-term rental scenario.
So if I'm renting an apartment, yeah, I can get a solar system?
Yeah, you just have to make sure that the solar system's not on anything that somebody lives in. So it has to be on a carport or over the pool or anything else.
But I've never even heard of that. You actually have tenants that would put up a solar system?
So it's kind of the same thing that we were talking about. So they, apartment complex would get the federal tax credit, the Buy American Act tax credit, and the depreciation, and then they could charge their tenants.
Oh, that. So the apartment house does it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the management or the owner of the apartment, I get it for sure. Okay, but a renter certainly couldn't do a portable system. There's no such thing, is there?
No, there's portable systems. A renter could do it, and the renter.
Well, tell me what a portable system would look like. That's fascinating to me.
Yeah, so you just
like on a deck, maybe if you had a southern deck.
It's kind of like you put a solar system on like a wheelbarrow, but like it's bigger or smaller.
No,
so it's on wheels that'll move. And then you just have to plug into the appropriate breaker space and have an electrician do so. So the inverter and everything else is tied on a portable system. So folks that have RVs and stuff.
Now, I wondered about that. I wonder if there are RVs with solar systems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. There
I mean, the entire roof could be a solar system, right?
Yes, it is. To be honest with you, automotive solar is not something I know much more about besides it exists, because it's very different than doing residential. With automotive solar, you're maxing out a system to work as much as it can for about 5 years. Residential, or what I do, you're looking at making a system last for 30 plus years. So they're just different.
Yeah, and with automotive, I heard someday that they're working on, roof systems or the whole exterior of a car that can help charge EV batteries.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of cool technology right now concerning that. Mm-hmm.
And battery technology for homes, what is it? What are they? Lithium? What are they?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you're at. So lithium ion is going to be your best one. Your lead acid base is going to be where it's too cold, where the batteries don't operate very well, so up in the mountains when it gets to those low degrees. Or you can do a heated lithium ion battery, where some of the power from the battery is designed to heat the battery so that it can operate at a higher level. So it's kind of a mix between the two.
Are more and more people opting for batteries?
In Excel territory, absolutely, because they have a really great battery program right now.
What do you mean by that, great battery program?
So like a Tesla Powerwall 3 typically is about $15,000, but through all the different benefits like the Colorado State program, Excel's rebate program, the federal tax credit, all of that, that 15 grand drops down to about about $4,000. So okay. 11,000 of it is paid for.
All right, we got more coming up. And Cheryl, if you hang on, we'll get to you about an electrician. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great match.
All right, Tom, we got about 10 seconds. Fuller's on the phone, ready to go.
On ZipRecruiter, get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that I talk about all the time and talk with on the show as an expert. And, he's filled with so much good information on protecting our rights and being wise in high-pressure situations like accidents. And John, you've talked about, I want people to hear this, the 3 rules of accidents. I think it's fascinating. What are they?
Yeah, hey, Tom, thanks. So it's real simple. The 3 rules. Number 1, you've got to document the scene of the accident really well. That means take out your camera, take photographs, get names of witnesses, do everything you can so that we have the information we need to prove liability and to be able to document the scene. Number 2 is you've got to seek out medical care. So that means you're going to need to go to the hospital or to urgent care or to your PCP doctor. Somebody needs to check you out immediately following an accident so that we can begin to document your injuries and put together a compelling argument about what the impact of the accident was to you. And then number 3 is you have got to hire the right law firm. And I would submit that after 20 years of doing this and thousands of cases and millions and millions and millions of dollars being recovered, that we are that right law firm. But you'll only know if you pick up the call or pick up the phone and give us a call and talk about your accident today.
Yeah, and that's good to know because you know what, John, people do want to call. A lot of times, though, they don't want to get a call center. They don't want to get an assistant. They don't want to have to tell their story 15 times. John Fuller tries to talk to each and every client before onboarding and then works for you on a direct basis where you get his cell phone, you can call or text at any time. Of course, he has a support staff, but he only takes the cases he can handle personally. John Fuller, Fuller Law, and it's myaccidentlawyer.co, 303-597-4500, 597-4500. You know, every day we get closer to retirement. Doesn't matter how old you are, you do. So if you're in your 30s or 40s, get with Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. If you're 50s or 60s, get with Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. It doesn't matter how old you are. It depends on what you're doing. You know what? You need some kind of a plan. What is a plan? Well, it's more than just having a 401k or an IRA or anything like that. What it is, it's putting together all those elements to give you some security for incomes, for safety of some of that money, for investing as you get older and still through your retirement to keep it coming in, and also insurance, long-term care, and legacy planning. All of that can be coordinated through Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. They're totally transparent on what they charge, what they can make you, and what they can save you. Why don't you check them out? rpcenter.com, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211. I'm going to put some guy that I already pre-approved on hold here.
All right, cool.
This is Rod.
Rod, this is Tom. Can I put you on hold? I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hold on.
So what's this crazy story about?
Oh yeah. What was it about?
It's non-solar related.
Yeah.
I have a friend.
Banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. Copyright 2024.
10 seconds.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. In a little while, I want to talk to one of my experts, Rod Roble, on people have a bunch of questions about this mandatory retirement they have to provide if you have more than a certain number of employees and what that means. And I'm going to ask them a few questions about that. Right now, though, Cheryl wants to talk about an electrician. Go ahead, Cheryl. What's going on with you?
Okay, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, Cheryl. Go ahead.
Okay, I have you on speakerphone so my husband can also hear this.
Okay.
What we're looking for is an electrician that is real familiar with how to put in a charging station for a hybrid EV car.
Okay, most of them are learning that right now, and a lot of, Brooke, you might know people because of your solar business, because I'm sure EVs are a big part of the solar business, right?
Yeah, they're pretty easy to do. Any licensed electrician can do it, and we often do them as part of the solar system install.
Have you had anyone say they couldn't do it, Cheryl?
No, we had one person that was out, I think it was yesterday, and he gave us a bid. We just kind of wanted to get
May I ask, and don't tell anyone when you do call them what the bid was, but I'm asking you, what was the bid?
Oh, Kevin, there's 3 different ones.
Yeah, they actually provided 3 options. One was a 30, I guess it would be a 30 amp option. One was a 50 amp option, and one was a 60 amp option. Because it's not a fully, it's not an all-electric vehicle. It's just a plug-in hybrid.
Yeah, with a plug-in hybrid, you definitely don't have to go above 30. But what, out of curiosity, what were the prices, just roughly, on the 30, 50, and 60?
I might have to pull it up, but the least expensive one was about $4,100, and I think the most expensive one was about $5,800. And the reason for the extra cost is our electrical panel is on the exactly opposite corner of the house as the garage.
And by the way,
it's going to take 100.
By the way, I agree. Yeah. Those prices are right in line.
Okay.
Now, I don't know who you got it from. You didn't tell me, but those prices are right in line because I was doing some estimating as well, and I use a Plumline has a great electrical division, Plumline Electric. We also have a Fix-It 24/7, which has an electrical division. And then there's 888heating.com has an electrical division, and they're all well-versed in it and really good people. But just out of curiosity, why are you going with a hybrid system car as opposed to all electric?
I honestly don't think we're ready with the infrastructure to do all electric. I'm not comfortable with it. I think the material requirements for the batteries and for all that stuff, we're just not as a country ready to. We can't go to Home Depot and buy a bunch of lithium.
My thing was this: if I'm going to go and take the leap, I don't want to have to maintain 2 different systems. I want to get away from gas. I want to get away from oil. I want to get away from that crap. And that's the reason if I make the switch, it's going to be all electric or all gasoline. With hybrid, you're actually not doubling your maintenance, but you have both systems to still worry about.
Yeah, I understand.
Did you get the car already?
Yeah. I did.
What did you get?
It's a Kia Sportage, top of the line Kia Sportage.
They're beautiful. I've seen them. I have a friend who has one.
Very, very good. Yeah, they're very beautiful.
And the hybrid is absolutely wonderful. Yeah. And did you get? Let me just ask you another thing again, just out of curiosity of shopping around and looking. Did you get that flat kind of paint?
No, it's not a flat paint. I don't know what they call it. It's like metallic.
Yeah, just a regular paint job. The flat paint, people are learning. People are not as happy as they thought they were going to be with the flat paint. Do you know why? Because it takes very special care. You can't just run that through a regular car wash. Anyway, thanks for calling. And I think you're doing the right thing. You're right in line there. I want to talk to Rod Roble right now. Rod, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, Rod. We've heard, now you're a specialist. Is it TPA Services? Is that it, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And I talked to you about some retirement plans and stuff for my companies. And I also, I know that you know a lot about them. Do you know about the new mandate from Colorado where employers have to provide? Now, they don't have to contribute, as I understand. They just have to provide a plan?
That's correct. So effective January 1st of 2023, the state mandates that employers that have 5 or more employees and have been in business at least 2 years, they require that their employees have access to an employer's workplace retirement plan of some sort.
What does it mean, access to? So the employer sets it up, but they don't have to fund it.
Correct. And so in the Colorado Secure Savings Program, which what the state has set up as an alternative, in fact, the employers cannot contribute to that. It's just the withholding of employees' paychecks, and it goes into a Roth type contribution into the investments that the state has kind of laid out for everybody. So,
does everyone get the same exact allocation of investments then when they do that in that Roth kind of thing for the state? You just put it into a pooled fund?
No, they get to choose from moderate, conservative, aggressive type of funds. So they get to choose how they want it invested with the available fund lineup.
Okay. And does that cost the employer anything?
It doesn't cost the employer anything. The only thing it's going to cost the employer is maybe a little bit of their time. So they're required to send in a census every payday, keep it up to date for those new hires, what people are contributing out of their paycheck, if anybody terminated employment, that sort of thing. So they have to keep a good, accurate census and provide that every payday to the state.
And when they do that, of course, they're complying with the law. Now, those who have regular 401ks, they don't have to do that because they already have one, right?
That's correct. So it's just an alternative. The state thing is just an alternative. If you have a 401k or a simple IRA, you're good to go. You're golden. And in fact, the Secure Savings Program is pretty basic. As I said, it's basically automatic deduction from an employee's gross pay goes into a Roth IRA. The deductions are set at 5% of the employee's gross pay. The employees can opt out if they want, or do more than 5% if they want. And that's about it, right? No employer contributions, no match, no anything like that.
Now, are you guys, as private consultants, are any of you guys in the industry coming up with plans for employers that might be somewhere between a regular full-blown 401k and the state option where you can provide them similar things but maybe better?
Absolutely. So we're seeing what a lot of employers are doing, that if they are going to spend the time, have some sort of retirement plan in place, that they're setting up a qualified plan like a 401k plan where they can tweak it, have some matching contributions, or maybe have the contributions weighted to the business owner where they get more than the employees. But there's all kinds of ways to design it. And with that said, the federal government is giving tax credits to offset the fees for these 401k plans. If you don't already have something in place, it has to be a new plan. And in a lot of cases, it's going to cover most or all of the costs associated with the plan for 3 years. So we've had a big influx of employers saying, hey, I want something better than what the state has. And the state really doesn't care. Their whole goal in this thing is they just want employees, the workforce out there, to have access, and just so they become retirement ready at some point. So they don't care if you use their plan. They just want them to have access to a plan.
Now, I'm talking to Rod Roble with TPA Services. He's an expert on benefit plans and retirement plans. Rod, as I thought I would get, I'm getting a few text messages, questions. Can you hold over the break for just another few minutes?
Certainly.
All right. I'm going to put them on hold, and we have more coming right up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now and Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Up on the north end of town, major delays continue. I-25 southbound approaching 104th. The crash has 2 right lanes blocked with stop and go back from E470 Northwest Parkway through Broomfield. At the moment, we're seeing an hour delay for folks heading into the metro area from the north end. A fairly calm drive throughout town. Otherwise, I-70 east and westbound, no complaints to and from DIA. Heading down south through Aurora, South Ironton Street, a police investigation with lanes blocking both north and south southbound roads between East Virginia and Alameda. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, cloudy skies, high 79, overnight low of 40. We've reached that high of 79 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Why make things harder than they need to be? There's a better way to save time and money. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
You know, one of the best investments I ever made in a purchase for my home is the QC Whole House Fan, QCColorado.com. I'm not exaggerating, okay? I hardly ever use my air conditioning because this thing keeps your temperature so level. And you don't understand, when your temperatures are level, all of those cooler airs on the bottom come up to the top and they mix and it just feels wonderful. But here's the other part. You know that kind of stale feeling you get with air conditioning sometimes? You don't get that with this. And you get a little bit of moisture too, which is wonderful. I love it. And my air conditioner works less. I urge you to call them before the rush, because when it gets hot, everyone wants it. They have openings in their schedule, QCColorado.com. You will want it, and you will absolutely love saving money, because that's what you'll do. I saved enough to pay for it already. QCColorado.com, 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419. Hey, you also want to save money with floor coverings. How about that for a transition? But no, seriously, Simply Floors, Inc. I've known Buddy and Karen for so many years, and I refer everyone there for floor coverings, no matter what you want. Luxury vinyl planking, carpeting, hardwoods, veneers, laminates, they have it all. Proximity Mills is the supplier. They have no job too big or too small. Great prices, great installers, great service. You can go to their showrooms or have someone come to you. Start right here. Simply Floors Inc. That's INC. SimplyFloorsInc.com. So anyway, so is it getting to...
10 seconds, Tom.
800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino here. RedRocksRS.com is here. By the way, we do have some questions for my retirement specialist here, and that is Rod Roble. He's with TPA Services. And Rod, somebody wants to know what kinds of plans? We all hear about 401ks, but can an employer establish other kinds of plans for their people?
They can. So there's another one called a simple IRA, which the employer can make contributions, but they're limited to either matching them dollar for dollar on the first 3% of their pay, and no more, no less. That's the required match. Or they can do 2% of pay across the board, whether or not an employee is contributing their own money. They're subject to deferral limits from their paychecks, obviously, and that's more or less of a free type of plan. Any investment advisor can help them set those up. And then the other option really is a qualified retirement plan like a 401k. And a 401k can have lots of different design provisions that meet each individual employer's objectives. You know, are they just setting up a plan because they're trying to attract and retain employees? Are they setting it up to maybe maximize their own retirement benefits and trying to give the employees something, but not as
right? Exactly. It's called they want to be top heavy legally, but they want to do it. A lot of companies, frankly, and I'm sure you come across them, Rod, they're selfish. The bosses want the best retirement plan they can get, while at the same time staying legal. They have to provide something to employees, right?
Exactly right.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really wrong with that. In fact, I have seen some self-employed kind of people form an LLC and hire their family members so they can have retirement. I mean, is that legal?
It's certainly legal if the family members are performing services and getting them. Sure.
Yeah. Now, somebody self-employed texts me, wants to know, they don't have any employees. Can they do something more than just, an IRA?
They can. So those are called the solo 401k plan.
Yeah.
So they get the same limits as a traditional 401k plan with employees, and they depending on all their compensations and what their earned income is, that they could get up to like $76,000 in a plan.
Wow.
Yeah, and we do a lot of solo case for that reason, that you can get a lot more in than you can in a SEP or an IRA.
Now, what about, without getting too far into the weeds, but a simple explanation, most people are trying to reduce income and they're trying to increase later savings for later on, a retirement or a lump sum later on. What is a defined benefit plan?
Yep. So a defined benefit plan, it's a pension plan. Those are, traditionally we used to see years ago, the airlines had them, big companies had them.
But small companies can have them, right?
Oh, yeah. Anybody can have it. One life self-employed individual can have those. And it's basically the amount of contributions that you're able to put in on a tax-deductible basis depends on your age and your income levels.
But isn't it the most you can put away of all the plans?
It is, by far, by a big percentage. So let's say a 55-year-old person making, a few $100,000 a year, I mean, you could easily get in $250,000, $300,000 because what you have a shorter period of a short period to retirement, and so this defined benefit is what you're funding for to pay them out over the remainder of how long they're going to live, which could be 30 more years. So you got to really fund that heavily. Now, what happens? You don't keep that plan after you retire. you simply terminate it and roll it into an IRA, and then you can take what you need to live on and what you want to spend out.
Yeah, you can do any number of things. You could do some bond securities for income, preferred stock. You could do an annuity, whatever, right? But you take the idea is to accumulate it, grow it tax deferred, and subtract it from your income. That's the big deal. Now, again, there's all kinds of limits and conditions and all of that, but people have been doing it. So this other thing I ran up against, I think people should know. The only thing you can contribute, though, in all of these, are we talking, is W-2 income, or can it be 1099 income?
Depends how you're set up as your business is set up. So if you're set up or taxed as an S corp or a C corp, you can only use your W-2 wages to base your benefits on. If you're a sole proprietor or a partnership, then you can use your Schedule C income, your net Schedule C income, to base your benefits on. So you can do it whether you're incorporated or not. Now,
and I don't mind talking about this because that's why you're on the show. You're an expert. I know one of the things Mark and I ran into, though, on one of our companies, it had to be W-2 because of the way that company was structured?
That's exactly right. It was being taxed as an S corporation.
I see. Okay, so a lot depends. Can somebody elect to go a different route? Can you elect not to be a C anymore and switch to another form of ownership?
I believe you can. That would be more of
for an accountant, right?
Yeah, CPA.
So, Rod, where do people get a hold of you?
So our website is tpaservicesinc.com.
And when he's saying TPA, it's like Tom, Papa, Alex, right?
That's exactly right. So we're a third-party administrator of qualified retirement plans. We do all kinds of different retirement plans, and that's the only thing we do. We don't work investments or anything.
And you came highly recommended. It's tpaservices.com. I appreciate you being here, bro. I got to run. We've got to take this break. We got more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half.
Some good news on the north end of town. I-25 southbound approaching 104th, all clear after an accident had slow driving for the better part of an hour. We're still seeing traffic pick back up with about a 7-minute delay for folks heading through the Broomfield and Westminster areas. Otherwise, a pretty standard drive throughout the Denver metro before we hit that 2 o'clock hour. I-70 eastbound to DIA, you're going to see some stop-and-go traffic starting at Peoria to Pena Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 79 today, overnight low of 40. Tomorrow, cloudy again with a high of 70, and we're expecting thunderstorms Saturday and Sunday. The current temperature is at 79 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Okay, so you know what? When we talk about a real estate analysis, people say, what is that? Well, Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, what he'll do is he will help you figure out exactly what you're going to get for your house based on the market, all the elements. And then what he does is comes up with a plan to sell if you want to, but there's no obligation to list. If you do want to list, you won't find anyone better. Frank Duran, get the complimentary market analysis. Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, 303-920-1622. And speaking of real estate, people are still getting loans if you want one. If you need one, Ideal Home Loans. There's a reason I call them Ideal. Well, they call themselves Ideal, but I call them Ideal because they have the interest rate guarantee. Think about it. With the way rates are going right now, no matter what, when they go down, you get refinanced free of charge. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. Everyone wants to save money. And EuroplumbingColorado.net, you know what they say? We will save you money. In fact, we'll save you more money than anyone. They put their money where their mouth is. They say, put us to the test. We got water heaters at $13.99. No one does that. We have other plumbing repairs at 90% what the market is charging. 90% off, that is. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. As I said, put them to the test. 303-668-6844. You know, DenverRegen.com, I told you before and I'll tell you again, they have what you need when it comes to semaglutide compounded for weight loss. You get the drug, the supplies, the consultations for $250 a month. That's a fraction of what people are charging now. That's DenverRegen.com. And Premier Window Washing, the people I use, they're good young men, all working damn hard. They have women too, of course. Premier Window Cleaning and Pressure Washing, 720-953-0078. And they do, of course, tinting now for commercial and residential. That's Premier Window Cleaning and Pressure Washing, WeCleanWindows.co. So on that thing, those women, I think that I have no idea how Mexico works. I really don't. But it's going to be very difficult. Like if it's like most states, it doesn't matter that baby's only 6 months old. As soon as that baby's born, these parents, if they've held themselves out to be parents, you can't just cut one off. And the fact that one is carried it and one didn't, that's bullshit. No, hell no, nobody cares. Yeah, and unless there's some serious incompetence as a parent, but man, before they go down that road, because so many couples start destroying each other to get full custody. God, it's unless it's true, unless it's really true. But there was a joke in the States that if you're a biological parent, you're around when the baby's born, or you get a girl pregnant, you're around, that for the mom to lose custody, to lose complete custody, men would take that baby. For a mom to lose custody, she'd have to be shooting up meth on the courthouse steps. I mean, that's how much they don't want to take it. Oh, God. Let me just tell you something.
Ten seconds.
He is a mother of a middle school student in Fort Collins and is joining forces with former state senator Kevin Lundberg on Colorado ballot initiatives to ban biological boys in girls' sports. Tune in at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so Jake, you have a question about an engine light. Tomorrow's car day, so that's good news if I can't answer you. What's going on, man?
Yeah, just real quick. My daughter just purchased a vehicle from Carvana, and she just told me that the check engine light's on. I haven't checked it out or anything yet, but I just want to know, is there any protections against selling a car with the check engine light on?
No, not as is. No, they can do it. But It's as is. And whatever she does, man, do not drive that any more than she has to. She needs to get that checked. Right now, go to one of our people. We have really good people at referralist.com to get that checked. You can ride right up to Kevin at Sheridan Auto Tech, but do not drive that damn thing. And if it's throwing a code, they can put a code reader on it in 5 minutes and tell what it is. But if it's a serious problem and you think they covered it up or anything, call me back. And we would be happy to handle that. Okay? By the way, thank you for calling, Jake. Really, call us back. I'm marking it down as pending. Somebody wants to know something here for Red Rocks Roof and Solar, Red Rocks RS. We don't have a lot of time, but this. What if they don't have a solar system? I never had this question ever, but they want to get batteries to store cheaper days or cheaper times of the day of kilowatt hours. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, they can have the utility charge it, so they set the battery to charge from the utility in
and
the
you
morning.
can charge it when the rates are lower.
Yeah.
And use it when you could actually do that.
Yeah, you just don't get any of the tax credits for
No.
installing the battery.
Okay.
So at least do like 4 panels.
Yeah. RedRocksRS.com. That's a good idea. And they're at 303-704-2449. All right. Well, we're out of time. And for those of you joining us for Car Day, we will be here even though it's a long weekend. So remember, I say this and I mean it. Call 303-MARTINO and save all your problems for me. See you, bro.
You're clear.
See you. Thanks.
See ya.
All right.